Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. A man wanted by the Directorate of Criminal Investigations over the murder of Kasipul MP Ongondowere has presented himself to the detectives. Philip Okoh said he had nothing to fear and would cooperate with the investigators after the DCI issued a public appeal for him to immediately surrender to the nearest police station. The detectives named Okoh as a person of interest in the ongoing investigation in the murder. This even comes as 4 suspects have been arrested in connection with the murder, with the police having recovered what they believed to be the murder weapon. Meanwhile, National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has urged detectives to put up a watertight investigation. He was speaking during Were's memorial service at the Consolata Shrine Church in Nairobi.
In looking at what tragedy befell our Member of Parliament, we encourage the police not to narrow their investigations on matters around the city mortuary. I have instructed the Clerk of Parliament to put together all our CCTV footage in Parliament on the activities, movements around Honorable Were.
Wahenga wanasema kwamba mti mkubwa ukianguka makinda ya ndege huyumba. Na bila shaka Mheshimiwa Ongondowere alikuwa shina kubwa kwa familia hii.
Senate Speaker Amason Kingi mourning Were's passing. At the same time, Were's children led by Ginsen and Boyd recounted how their father cared for his family despite having many political responsibilities in his constituency.
This is my first birthday without my dad. This was always my biggest fear, losing him. I don't know how we'll live without dad. Who will call me daughter or msichana wangu? God gave me a beautiful father, a father who never grew old, always there with a helping hand.
As I conclude, as a family, all we want is justice for dad. I know there are 4 suspects that were apprehended, but we not only want to know the people who did it, we also want to know the people who sponsored it, the people behind the scenes, the people calling the shots.
Leaders present at the funeral at the memorial service described Were as a leader who cared about the interests of the people. The Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers has rejected a plan by the government to reduce allowances for teachers serving in hardship and arid areas. KUPPET Secretary General Okello has criticized the proposal, saying it is unlawful. According to KUPPET, Prime CS Musalia Mudavadi's move to list 44 targeted areas amounts to a serious violation of the law. Missouri has further alleged a conspiracy to reduce the teachers' allowance from 25 billion shillings to 6 billion shillings annually. The government claims that the proposal follows a study on performance. However, KUPPET has criticized the findings of the study and questioned why the report is not available for public review.
Sisi kama chama tutakubali sehemu hata moja ambayo tayari imeorodheshwa kama hardship kwa walimu iweze kuondolewa. Hardship za walimu zilipatikana kutoka kwa agitation ya walimu, kutoka kwa migomo ya walimu. Kwa hivyo akijaribu hata kidogo, tutadeal na yeye kisheria.
Any reduction in the current hardship zones must be informed by empirical improvements in conditions of life across all 7 benchmarks set by the National Bureau of Statistics. A minister of this kind cannot take away a benefit that he did not give in the first place.
South African firebrand opposition politician Julius Malema says he's been denied a visa to attend a conference in the UK on Saturday. Malema said the UK had no substantial justification for its decision and he saw it as an attempt to silence a dissenting political perspective. In a leaked letter to Malema's deputy, the UK High Commissioner to South Africa, Anthony Philipson, said the Home Office had been unable to process his visa application in time for his trip. Malema, the leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters Party, is a fierce critic of what he sees as Western imperialism and also advocates the nationalization of white-owned land in South Africa. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
Good morning. What's happening with traffic this morning as you're getting into Thursday is that not much, actually. As you come off the thicker superhighway, just a little bit of that as you try to approach Survey. It's where it's going to clog up a little bit. Most parts of the city today, we're not seeing any kind of traffic, at least not for now. Maybe some movement on Gong Road getting into the city on Uhuru Highway is okay for now. And even as you come out of Westlands, not too bad for a Thursday. Keeping an eye on all of this, we'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room. A very, very good morning to you. It's Thursday. It's the 8th of May. And getting into things really, really quickly. Here we are. And it's a chilly morning.
It is a chilly morning.
What? We'll say that again?
It is a chilly morning.
How are you doing?
Salama sana, ukoaje?
Salama mimi. Yeah, just getting into Thursday properly.
Thursday, yeah. Today we're throwing it back.
Yep. Oh yeah, okay. That's what people normally do.
Yeah, that's what people usually do on Thursdays. Throwing it back.
Yeah. Okay.
I saw George Marsha, also known as Rio, throwing it back there.
Who now?
And Yuko. George Marsha.
Oh, okay. At Maisha.
Yeah.
George Marsha works at Maisha.
Yes.
Okay. Sawa. Nivo.
Most of them know as Rio.
As Rio.
Yeah.
Sawa. You had a good afternoon?
I had a good afternoon yesterday, yes.
Why do you have to think about it like that?
I had a good afternoon yesterday, yes. Because I'm like, you had a good afternoon. Where? You know, afternoon in Bali.
as in from yesterday, I meant. As in
yes,
the day gone.
Yes, I did.
Fantastic.
Ulilala salama?
I did, but maybe not enough.
Let me give you a story.
Here we go.
So, this man gets to the house. Mama is in her room. People go to sleep. I wake up in the morning and guess what?
What?
I have a cat under my bed.
Excuse
I don't
me?
own a cat. Yeah. I'm telling you the truth. So I'm busy changing and I'm seeing something go under the bed. I'm like, what's that? So the first thing I do is I just close everything, go down the security, ask the driver to come up and help me get rid of whatever was under the bed. Yeah.
Where?
Yeah.
You know what that means in many circles?
What?
That animals of the feline variety. Yeah? Animals of the feline variety, you find them in your home and you do not own one. What color was the cat?
It was grey. It had a collar as well, so yeah.
Okay.
It was good. It wasn't black.
I was going to tell you to go look for garlic.
Yo. But yeah, I was traumatized. Those few minutes, that was trauma.
Somebody's cat found their way into your house. But I guess it's pretty normal because they're kind of all over the place.
I think at some point maybe Mama might have opened the balcony door and it got in.
And it got in.
Yeah.
Okay. Yesterday, today being picked up in the morning, just kind of watched my neighbor walking around his cat because I think his cat is about to have. I was going to say babies. Kittens? Those are the things they have. Jeez.
Cat babies.
Cat babies. It was about. Sheesh. So he was kind of looking at it because she's really uncomfortable. Okay. So leave alone that we're not allowed to have pets in our whatever. But hey, anyway, it's a whole story.
You must know someone.
I could actually write a book about our estate. I should do the chronicles of our estate because it's just too much drama all the time. Anyway.
So how do they own a cat in an estate where you're not supposed to have a pet?
And interestingly enough, the house is right across the sign that says no pets allowed.
No pets allowed.
So hey man,
you just gotta love it to be Kenyan, man.
I swear. Do whatever you want. It's like the dumping site. No dumping here, and the heap of trash is basically covering up the sign.
It's like the one that is written in town, Usikojoe hapa, utashikwa.
And right there. This is just these things that we do. I don't know.
I saw one person once just vandalized the same sign. Usikojoe hapa, utashikwa, underneath nanani.
Let's play if we're going to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, so City's still away and just holding fort for him and with him. And we will continue with the show. And he'll be back, so just as he takes a couple of days of downtime, and then he'll be back. Sawa. And then getting into conversations that we have today, let me tell you what the day is going to look like in the conversations that we have, so you can saddle up and gear up and be ready for those. Sawa. So today, I am where? I am here. Our 7 a.m. conversation is around the role of Capital Markets Tribunal in enhancing access to justice. This is Thursday. It is Justice Thursday. We've been having conversations around the different tribunals that are in the country and actually what they can do. The Honourable Paul Lilan is the chairperson of the Capital Markets Tribunal. We'll be talking about their role and exactly what they do on our Justice Thursday conversation for today. At 8 a.m. now is your time for wealth. We've been hearing different things. Our time to eat, our time to rule, our time for 10, blah, blah, blah. Guess what? It is your time for wealth. And our friends at Standard Chartered, Paul Njoki, who is the head of affluent banking and wealth management products, as well as Ouma Orero, is the head of wealth products, Kenya and East Africa. They will join us at 8 o'clock and we'll be looking at, okay, fine, guys, we've been talking about this for a while. How do you actually start to put something together? What do you do to actually get to the point where you say your wealth is being managed, it's being grown, and then it's being maintained? Those two gentlemen will join us at 8 o'clock. And finally, at 9 a.m., you've been asking for it for a very long time. This is you guys, and you've been saying, let's have a conversation with her. Senator Karen Nyamo joins us at 9 a.m. There's a youth agenda conversation that we've been having. And really, when we have young leaders in the name of senators and members of parliament, etc., let's get a take on where their minds actually are in terms of what leadership they provide and what the encouragement is around other young people coming in and forming leadership. She'll join us at 9, much due to much public demand. That will happen at 9 a.m. So that is what the Situation Room looks like this morning, this Thursday, the 8th of May. And already glad that we can start to have those conversations with you this morning. Ndu and Dennis here holding fort, and we will get into that with you. We can see you trickling into the room. We'll say a big hello to you in just a short while. Keep coming in and let us know where you're tuned in from and essentially who you are. Thank you for those who come in on a day when they've never done before, and for the new the folks who've never commented. We welcome those today. Before we do that, though, let's hear what today's proverb is, Dennis.
So then again, the proverb of the day comes from Tunisia again, whose capital is Tunisia. We're talking about a population of around 12 million people. And one of the greatest things that one would want to know is that an episode, of Star Wars was shot in Tunisia. And also their souks. Very good place to go to if you ever get to visit. Be sure to go enjoy what they have to offer. And our proverb of the day today: a lazy one who sleeps well pays the price. A lazy one who sleeps well pays the price. Yeah.
So if already you are lazy, if already you are disadvantaged, there are some things that you should not enjoy. Or a little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands, and poverty will creep upon you. It's in the Bible. It's in the book of Proverbs. So that kind of thing. You already, leaning on the side of disadvantage. Don't now go and add insult to injury, as it were.
It's pretty much the same Bible verse. I can't remember which one, but it says, "He who does not work
will not eat."
So if you already not working and you expect to eat, when you are hakuna chakula kwako. In
Pidgin we say, man must work if you want chop. Not to eat, you must work. If you don't work, you will not eat.
No chopping rice if you not working.
No chopping, no work, no chop. No, so we
no work, no chop. Exactly.
It's true.
Yeah.
Sasa, nyinyi, muko hapa na sisi leo asubuhi. I can see you getting into the room. Our live streams, they're working today. Yesterday we had a bit of a thing, but you know, we start on a new day and we know that you join us. Sawa, sawa. So let's say hello to you, those who are tuned in. Our YouTube streams are up. Our live streams are up on Facebook as well as on X. Karibuni sana, sana. Robert Mbogo tuned in this morning from Mombasa. Rose Grace is tuned in from Tamu. Good morning, Ndu Aseto. Blessed Thursday to you as well, Rose. George Mwagiro is tuned in and says, let me have the honors. Good morning, y'all. Well, good morning, George. Rahim Tula Omar says, good morning from Colchester. Hello, Princess Ndu Aseto. So, the vial by Alfred Mutua yesterday started at Parliament, where they had a shouting match with Senator Gloria. Then the senator seems more genuine than the CS. Hey, Leo. Flesh and blood has not revealed this to you. I'm telling you, where you got this inspiration from this morning. Hisa Daniel says, good morning. Bye Arsenal. Wait. Sorry. Dennis?
Yes?
Ednah? I'm very sorry. Where is Ednah? She's pretending like she can't hear what I'm saying. I understand that yesterday, and I actually watched a little bit of it, that a certain team didn't do what it was meant to do. But Ednah will dance anyway. These diehard Arsenal fans, when the first goal was scored, skier. You see, we have serious things to talk about, not those ones.
Yeah, like today we have discussions about the youth agenda in the country. Look at this one. It is your time for wealth is now, very serious things. Yeah.
If you had won, we'll be talking about very serious things.
If we had won, that would be another agenda on the table.
So we decided to let them win. It's okay. We are seeing you people from far. Good morning, Spice. Ann Gore says, good morning, my beautiful people tuned in from Nairobi. Good to have you here as usual. And Hilary Ogato says, good morning from Sydney. Winter is kicking in here, but we ain't worried because you will keep us warm with your hot conversations. Indeed. And Gigi JJ says, good morning, Spice team. Looking forward to today's conversations. Thank you always. Bernardito is also tuned in this morning from Doha. Says, Princess Ndu Dennis, that expose of Irungu Kangata involvement in fake compensation is shocking. Where? I keep saying, just when you think nothing can shock you, you know, things happen, people get shot, others die. Then there's this scandal, then you say, let's just chill it. Then before you know it,
Yo.
You're like,
there is no time to rest. There is no time to breathe, though.
Hey.
Keep on panting, always on toes.
I'm telling you, it's just too much drama all the time. Well, that one we'll look into, won't we? Yeah. Douglas Kibogong says, good morning. Hope CT is around. He's not around today. Asking what the plot of the river between Setbook and Butere performance. Is there a plot between the two? We'll ask him. Don't worry. Desmond Oti says, Ndu and Ednah, how was your ladies' night? How was it, Ednah? It was okay, Sindo. Kitu kama hiyo. I don't even know where people went. Do they normally go? Anyway, halafu, they know, Bona Arsenal imetuangusha hivi. Huku kuna baridi sana.
You see, they say football is like gambling. Yeah. Ukiwekeza unaweza poteza. Hali ya maisha. You move on.
What's a kezeka?
Oh, ekeza is when you bet. Yeah.
Oh, betting is ekeza.
Yeah, it's like gambling. Yeah, so ukiekeza you can lose or win. So
it's true. Yeah. I like this stance that you've taken. This polite, we've just accepted and moved on position. It's
so you're
good.
Even told in Parliament
that you should just accept and move. Oh, yeah. Sawa. That's you're listening to the advice. Sawa basi. Good morning, Joseph Okondo. Tuned in this morning. Ifoma had, you remember from yesterday? Yeah. Ifoma's my middle name. Tuned in from Mombasa. Pap D. Ndu asks CT how he switches from Nairobi Swahili to Mombasa Swahili and never touches Nakuru Swahili. I will ask him that question. I will definitely ask him that question, Pap D. Paul J has tried to answer your question and says, good question, though Nakuru is way past Nairobi and Uko Kiswahili
ni chamta. It's a hood. It's the hood. Kiswahili ni a hood.
Okay, so Mashari Anjero says, good morning. Tuned in. Spice Ndu Aseto, happy Thursday. Sisi bado tuko Wednesday. Mko happy? Ndio tuelewe. You must be in like the eastern United States. Or just the United States in general. Albert Gisore is tuned in this morning from Juba in South Sudan. Good morning to you, Erica War. Good morning, guys. Julius Song says, good morning. Ndu. CT's not here, but he will be here soon. Happy tuning in from the City of Champions in Eldoret. Peter Caricho says, good morning, team. Thanks for all you do. Tuned in from Arizona, waiting for the hot topic, and be blessed. Peter, thank you very much. You don't take that for granted at all. Sauti iko wapi? Sauti ya nini? Unanisikia? So you can hear me?
Mic check.
Sindio?
Yes.
Oh. There's an issue from here. Okay, it does appear that there is a sound issue right now. It's being worked on. Yes, everybody's complaining that there is no sound, but I think now it's back. Hi, my queen Ndu, says Paul Nje here, and Deno. And who is the guest anchor? Nisisi Wawili.
She's in your tuko.
Robinson Kisero says, good morning from Hong Kong. Why does the government modernize slavery at jobs abroad? We lack jobs because of corruption. Check. Why don't they give those jobs to relatives? Export others, then loot together with relatives. You know what? Even as angry as that sounds, Robinson, I think you have a point. Peter Wangela says, good morning, tuned in from Chude, Mombasa. Good morning, my good people. Yes, CT is not here, but he will be with us soon. Now you, CS Mutua, likes talking over others and answering your questions before you ask. My daughter's birthday. You, Yon, and Stacy. Well, good morning to both of. Well, good morning and happy birthday, girls. Paul J here says, good morning. Unaogopa paka mweusi ati wa grey. Just tell us if it was tell us if the cat was black. Okay, sawa. Okay, Christina, good morning. Good morning to you. Hesbon Sidon says, good morning, Princess Ndu, Monsieur Aseto, and CS Ednah, wishing chairman a quick recovery indeed. Paul J is asking where I live. You don't worry. Evan Ordi says, good morning. The Alfred Mutua interview was an interesting one. Ongani Malala says, good morning, and says, great show. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Get well CT says, my prince, good morning. Chris Maura says, good morning. He's here. Mtuflani is also here. Karibuni sana. Serikal says, hi Spice, all the way from Finland. Good morning to you. Gerald Tahiti is tuned in from Montgomery. Which Montgomery? There's a Montgomery in Alabama. There's a Montgomery elsewhere. Which one are you in? Sarah Kilonzo is tuned in this morning and says, good morning, Wakenya Wenzangu. Frida Voigt is tuned in from Germany. Manpi says, good morning, Orange from Austin in Texas. And Bwangi Juma says, good morning, SpiceFM guys. Mukwaji, tuko salama kabisa. Alan Otieno says, Alan is a silent listener. He's also here in Kisumu. Ndu, thank you so much, Alan, for doing that. Thank you for joining in. Carol Nyambura says, anatupenda sana, tunakupenda pia sister. Good morning, team. Happy Wednesday. It's actually Thursday, but you're in Detroit, Michigan, so it's still Wednesday night for you. Okay. Deno Peter is also tuned in from the moon, live and clear. Is there cheese on the moon?
Yeah. Is there air?
Chris, we see you. Good morning. Hi, all, says John Gishuki. Good morning to you. Ndalat in Nandi is where Dennis is tuned in from this morning. Mugula says good morning. Good morning. Maina and Degwa is also tuned in as well. And Aru Awan says good morning. South Sudan is where I'm tuned in from this morning rather. And Morris and Dati says good morning, beautiful people. Good morning, everybody who keeps trickling in. Thank you so much for being here. I know that some guys are still coming in. It's early. We're getting into it. But we're going to have a good show today, isn't it? And we're going to talk about these issues that matter. And as you join us in those conversations, always good to have you here as we normally do. Sawa. Now, what we're going to do is look into the headlines. And on the front page of the bold newspaper, The Standard, which is what we have as we look into others, Dennis, where lies getting bigger. That's the front page of The Standard today. And I'll tell you why. President William Ruto's claim of meeting a man on the 7th of May who died in 2017 was yet another eyebrow-raising entry into his growing anthology of alternative facts. Whether the president is an eager disciple of Joseph Goebbels' infamous doctrine, the greater the lie, the more likely it is to be believed, or is simply prone to the occasional imaginative detour, remains everyone's guess. Either way, the nation's patience is growing thin. And you ask, so what is this all about? Well, yesterday, while in Narok, the president said, and I quote, "We have the Chelugate farm that has caused us troubles for many days. Now let me tell you about the land. We have called Chelugate, sat down with him, and we have agreed that we will buy the farm as a government, and those in there will continue living there." The question is, how did you have a conversation with a man who died 8 years ago? Da-da-da-ding. That's the question. We'll look into the details of that story, but simmer with that for just a little bit. Yeah, exactly. Unless it's that cat that was under your bed and you had a seance. I don't know. Economy falters as key sectors stall. The economy slowed to 4.7% in 2024, hit by contractions in construction and agriculture. President Ruto's flagship housing program faces uncertainty amid plummeting cement use and shrinking job numbers. Well, so yesterday, 120 cardinals retreated into the Sistine Chapel, and the doors were closed for the beginning of the conclave. Essentially, that is the deliberations in total seclusion that will take place to select the next pope. Never has a conclave of deliberations taken place in more than 4 days, and neither has it ever been decided on one day. So right now, as we speak, that seclusion deliberation in the Sistine Chapel is taking place, and it's possible that you will have white smoke by Friday. Or Saturday. It's a wait and see. We'll look into that story because black smoke, the search for the next pope begins. So right now, what do we see? That the smoke coming from the chapel is black. If that smoke turns to white, you will know that a selection has been made. All right. Yeah. What other headlines are we looking at? There are quite a number of them, and we'll look into some of them. Kenya Kwanza's pet projects post slow growth in ailing economy. Maize production drops despite official claims of record harvest. We did hear that. We had some of the folks from the agriculture ministry who told us that things were looking good, but from this latest report, it's like it's not the case. Okay, filmmakers linked to shocking documentary released on bail. They've been allowed to at least get out of there. Ogamba, you know who he is? Migosi Ogamba is the Secretary
CS Education.
Is the Cabinet Secretary Education. He says 343,485 tutors not hired, and there will be no salary increment for JSS heads. If you are looking for a recipe for dissent, this is it. Yeah. So there's the headline for that. It'll be interesting to see what happens as we go along.
Yeah, let's look at the Star.
Okay,
the Star. Treasury axes MP's controversial 7 billion shillings budget raise. That is according to Treasury CS, and the increase have been largely rejected in the Treasury's final budget estimates for 2025-2026. Members of Parliament have been told, iyo pesa ambayo nyinyi mnataka hamtapata. We do not have the monies for that. And yes, indeed, again, 343,000 registered teachers remain jobless. The country is currently facing a shortage of 98,261 teachers. And Matiang'i past returns to haunt State House run. Now, Matiang'i faces mounting scrutiny over past allegations on matters to do with the Roraka land and the disappearances that were witnessed during his reign as the cabinet secretary. It is one of the questions that we asked Kioni when he was here, and how that would come to affect him. And it will be interesting to see how Matiang'i himself would respond to that. So interesting times ahead, no?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And MP hits ground with gusto, receiving top politicals in rural home. The paths to have reportedly opened wider. This as the MPs go back to their rural homes and just making sure that their people talk to them, hear them out, because there has been that talk of dissent among the electorate. And are you wondering why? Perhaps it's because members of parliament have not been listening to what the people on ground have been saying. And Ruto sends message to his supporters as 2027 battle shapes up. That is according to People Daily. And Osoro as well says he looked disturbed. Osoro recounts where his last hours alive. And as well as calls to empower youth as Duke of Edinburgh conference ends in Kenya.
Edinburgh. What do they do?
See the calling to empower the youth as Duke of Edinburgh conference, and so there was a conference by the Duke of Edinburgh in Kenya that also saw different people get awarded and whatnot. So it's just how government should work together with young people for their voices to be heard, stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. Nisawa, it's good.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what we have for the headlines now. We'll look into more of them as we get them.
Yes.
But we'll look into stories in detail. For now, let's take a quick break and then we'll come back and look at some of the stories making headlines in detail. Let's take a look at what the weather is going to look like for Thursday and traffic as well, and get back into it at 27 minutes to 7. Partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 24, currently at 16. It's 15 and cloudy in Nakuru with mostly cloudy conditions at 15 in Nyeri, while Eldoret is sunny at 13. It's cloudy in Mombasa at 25, while at 25 cloudy into Malindi. Mostly cloudy at 19 in Kisumu with cloudy conditions at 18 in Kakamega. Kampala is cloudy at 17, and we see mostly cloudy conditions at 23 into Dar es Salaam, while Johannesburg at 10 degrees is mostly clear. It's sunny at 26 in Mogadishu, while Addis Ababa is cloudy at 14, and light rain showers now in Lagos at 25, with cloudy conditions at 25 in Kinshasa. It's a hazy afternoon into Beijing at 21, while this morning in Paris is cloudy at 9. It's cloudy at 9 in London as well, and at 18 degrees Wednesday night, New York is partly cloudy.
Spice up your life.
All right, a quick look at what it looks like now. Thursday morning, starting to look pretty busy. If you are coming off the Thika Superhighway, you'll find that traffic gets through towards Survey, and that's where it's stickiest right about now. It's probably going to increase as we go into the morning proper. A little bit of traffic also on the Eastern Bypass starting to do the thing as you approach North Airport Road. It is starting to pile up, and we will see a bumper-to-bumper situation as normally happens right around this time in the morning on the outer ring area as you approach from the side of North Airport Road. Some traffic as well. Other parts of the city not doing too badly right about now. We'll keep an eye on things as they develop into traffic hour. We'll talk SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room. All right, at 23 minutes to 7, let's take a look at this particular headline, which is a worrisome one, right? Now, the headline is that residents left confused as Ruto's promises contradict facts and ruling. President William Ruto's development tour of Narok County, accompanied by his deputy Kithure Kindiki, has sparked major controversy due to some of his statements viewed to be untrue. Now, residents of Narok became entangled in a web of deceit surrounding the president's promises, which include the resettlement of 13,000 evicted families from the Mao Forest to facilitate the conservation of this important water tower. His remarks concerning 5,600-acre land belonging to the estate of former Provincial Commissioner Isaiah Cheluget had sparked controversy, leading to speculation that the president was not being truthful. How do you ask? Well, while addressing Narok South residents at Sogo Trading Centre, Ruto claimed that he had consultations with the late Cheluget to purchase the land for resettlement of the squatters. Now, I guess what he's saying is that prior to his death is when he had this conversation. It is in Kiswahili. Mimi najua tuko na matatizo. Okay, I'm not even going to try and butcher the language.
Mimi najua tuko na matatizo mawili, hawa wabunge na waheshimiwa wenu wamenieleza. Tuko na shamba hapa Cheluget inatuletea matatizo siku mingi. Sasa wacha mimi niwaambie maneno ya shamba ya Cheluget. Tumeita Cheluget, tumeketi chini na yeye, tumekubaliana hiyo shamba tutanunua kama serikali, alafu tutanunua wale wako pale waendelee na kuishi hapo. We have met with Cheluget. We've had a discussion. We've agreed to buy that land so that those who are staying and living on that land can continue staying there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what he essentially said. It is, however, not clear when and where the president had the meeting with the late Cheluget. He died on the 26th of June 2017 at the Aga Khan Hospital in Kisumu. He was laid to rest at his Liten home in Kericho County. He served as provincial commissioner under the President Daniel Moi administration. The family has been battling against 600 individuals claiming the land. He was allocated 5,800-acre land in Narok South in 1974. 15 years ago, 600 individuals invaded the land and subdivided it amongst themselves, kicking out the family of the late Cheluget and destroyed their property. The family and the individuals have had a long, protracted court battle, all ruled in the favor of the family. In the latest decision, the Environment and Lands Court in Narok dismissed cases by over 580 individuals against representatives of the estate of Cheluget. Now, the question is, in that moment when the president was speaking, what exactly did he mean? If they had been embroiled in this court issue for the last 2 decades, and if they've been involved in court, that means they did not want to give up the land.
Yep.
And the patriarch is dead. So at what point did the president have a conversation with the patriarch and he allowed, or agreed rather, to sell this land?
Because you see, we're talking about a conversation that happened in 2017. Remember, this is an issue that has been there.
Did it happen though in 2017?
That's
the conversation.
You know, that's according to what the president, according to the report you're seeing here. And when Cheluget died in 2017, the president said he met with Cheluget. So Cheluget died in 2017. So now question is, the president met with who? Because remember, the land was allocated to Cheluget, the former administrator who then passed on. So when exactly did they meet? Do we have minutes over the same? Did the people of that area meet? Were they involved in that meeting for them to agree on? Because we're talking about 600 people who are living in this land. They must have that conversation with the president.
There's more. Okay. He said Cheluget was in a peaceful enjoyment of the Suit land until 1999, when some people invaded it, claiming to be members of the Sagamian community, disrupting farming activities in the property. On June 11th, 2024, Judge Mbogo Charles Gitonga dismissed the suit by the over 500 individuals. There was a suit. They wanted the land. The judges gave the land back to the Cheluget family. So the president is saying that he agreed to sell the land. Clearly he didn't, because this was a court case. Now, it was confusing for the president to claim that he had discussions over the land with a dead person. In what was seen as remarks that seemed to clear the air of the Chelugate land issue, Narok Governor Patrick Ole Tutu said, "Today I am happy because you have made a decision that we have called the Chelugate family and agreed to have the case pending in court withdrawn and live together with people who occupy the land." So we're saying that it was the family and not the man himself. But the president clearly said it was the man himself. Another conflicting statement that the president made on the second day of his tour was the issue regarding the government's intention to compensate families evicted from Mount Forest. When the matter of compensation came before court, they ruled out compensation to the families. In 2022, a 3-judge bench in a suit by over 500 evictees of the Masai Mao section of the Mao Forest complex said the settlement of people in the area was illegal. So this compensation of land to them could not have happened according to the courts.
Because an illegality took place.
Exactly. However, yesterday, the president said the government will compensate the victims. Now, which one are we talking about? There was a court order that says very clearly that the opposite essentially would happen. So are we looking at another case of when the crowd is before me, I am inspired to say things, but it was clear that a judgment had been made just 3 years before that there would be no compensation to the families. So have you promised people something that they will never get?
You see, the Mao issue and the settlement there is something that goes way back. You remember 2013, the Mao issue became a very heated political debate because Raila Odinga was saying we need to evict people who've taken over the Mao so that the forest can begin regenerating and serve its purpose. And I remember how former Governor Bomet, Isaac Ruto, and at that time took that as a political card and brandished it all over the place, only for the then government of Uhuru Kenyatta to proceed with eviction of individuals from the Mao forest. So the issue with Mao has been there. But here we're talking about a court case that made a ruling, no compensation. A court order is law. So when the president is speaking, is it excitement in front of the people, or do I say something to appease the crowd simply because that's what they want to hear, not the truth?
You guys, this thing is very sad. That there's so many things that are contradicting themselves here. Number one, did you have a conversation with a dead man? I remember this movie. What was the movie called? With Bruce Willis and this kid, where the whole movie essentially... I can't remember what it was called. But at the end of the movie, the kid said, "I see dead people." Yeah. So, in what position did the president have a conversation with Chelugate? Because everything leading up until this point, May 7th in Narok, would show that the family was not interested in selling the land, that they wanted to keep it for themselves because they've been in court.
Yeah.
So who did you have a conversation with? And at the time of his death, these court cases were still were ongoing. Yeah. So who did you have a conversation with? And here you are telling people that you're going to compensate them. A court just 2 years before has said no, that this area where you want to tell them to go back to their land is a protected area for the nation. You will not have people living there. This has come from the Land and Environment Court.
Then again, you just listen to what the governor Narok said. "Today I am happy because you have made a decision that we have called Chelugate family and agree to have the case pending in court withdrawn and live together that the people occupy the land."
You see, he said that based on what the president has said.
The president has said. So now question is, in all these, the one thing that I'm not hearing is the Chelugate family speak.
This is too confusing. It's
because they are the ones who are at the center of all this. It is their land. The court has ruled in their favor. They are still in court because... Anyway, maybe the president spoke with the dead man. I don't know. It
will come out and we'll be told different things. But, unfortunately, what you've done is that you've been talking to thousands of people in one day and you've given them the impression that certain things are going to happen. Yeah. But the law has already stated that it will not.
It will not.
So how do you think people continue to see you when you say things like that cannot be? Yeah. That's the danger that lies in here.
And the danger that we continue to see is court orders being disrespected every day. And you see, it is sad that these court orders are being disrespected from the highest office in the land.
What?
It is deeper. It goes beyond just looking at the story on what it says, but let's look at what that does to the justice system of the country and the promise, the trust Kenyans will have with the justice system.
Hard small.
Hard small, eh?
I'm telling you.
If you go to the next page, Ruto walks a tightrope as anxiety grows over IEBC appointments. You want to know why? President William Ruto faces a delicate balancing act as he prepares to appoint the 11 candidates tasked with overseeing the 2027 general election. Tuesday, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission selection panel, chaired by Nelson Makanda, submitted its report to the president, recommending 2 candidates for chairperson and 9 for commissioners. This marked the culmination of a process sparked by violent protest and legal battles following the disputed 2022 presidential election, which claimed over 100 lives. The panel, sworn in on January 27th, was formed after prolonged unrest and a bipartisan agreement between Ruto and ODM leader Raila Odinga. The team emerged from the National Dialogue Committee, NADCO, established to address post-2022 election tensions. Its creation followed a dramatic walkout by 4 former IEBC commissioners, dubbed the Cherera 4, who disowned the 2022 results announced by the then chairperson. The panel faced legal challenges over inclusivity, but was cleared by the High Court on January 24th after a petition by Wiper parties Koki Muli and the National Liberty Party Augustus Muli. Despite the panel's completion of its work, controversies persist. Opposition leaders led by Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka have warned Ruto against appointing IEBC commissioners without bipartisan consultation as mandated by the Constitution and NADCO recommendations.
Can he actually do that? Can he appoint without anybody else's consultation?
It is the president's constitutional, according to the constitution, the president gets to select from the
No, but this is after the names have been presented to him through this process.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the process has taken place. These are the names, and then now you select from the names. So what are they saying? That you shouldn't make the selection from those names that he's been given based on any kind of political anything?
Yeah. What I understand here on what, in a letter to Ruto rather, Kalonzo emphasized that excluding the opposition or limiting consultations to the Kenya Kwanza Alliance and ODM would undermine public trust and create a partisan IEBC. He noted that ODM's alignment with Kenya Kwanza has left Wiper and Democratic Party as the primary opposition voices. That means what pretty much I'm understanding here is as the president goes to select the names, they want to be consulted. Let us stick on this one. Let's stick on this one.
My friend, have you heard of, what are those things called? All my vocabulary is missing today. But yeah, that movie was called Sixth Sense. Thank you for that, to Fulani. But oh God, what is it? When your desires are so, it's not, the things that you are asking for are so far-fetched, it's not going to happen. In a normal position, it would be that you would ask the president of a nation not to make decisions that are partisan in any way. But in this case, we have seen. What do you really expect is going to happen? Do you think that the president will make a decision on a nomination from the names that you've given him without his own desires in sight? Do you really think so?
Another thing is, when you talk about what the Constitution says with regard to the president selecting the names, it's clear that he gets to do that and forward the names to the National Assembly. There is nowhere where the president is supposed to consult with the opposition on the names. That already happened during the selection panel for the IEBC, where both parties brought in their people to have that discussion. But this goes even further to create a room as though they do not trust that the president will do the right thing. They do not trust that the president will select an individual who is bipartisan.
They won't. They don't.
They don't.
They don't. So, let me tell you about teachers.
Do you really oversee a time when institutions will just be allowed to do their jobs and we trust that they will do the right thing?
Look,
the institutions here, starting from the presidency all the way down.
There's a media mogul in Nigeria. She has actually done some fantastic work in terms of production, and her name is Mo Abudu. And she used to do a show called Moments with Mo, and at the end of the show she would say, if you can think it, you can do it. I would imagine that there is a time and a space within which independent institutions which have been established either by government or social society or society groups will then operate within that independence, and that we then will be able to trust the system regardless. That we know these guys are over here doing their job. They're doing what they're mandated to do. Let us leave them alone.
Yes.
I envision that such a time can happen. However, so long as they are humans, here, it looks a little bit difficult to achieve it. We see situations, and I keep going back to the rest of the world, that we see situations where the system is allowed to operate.
True.
And that you can find bugs in the system, you deal with the bugs. If the bugs happen to be human beings, you know how you deal with them. And everybody else says, look, I don't want to be in that situation. That's why when you have debacles happening, people resign.
Yes.
That's why when you see there's a terrible accident that could have been avoided because of 1, 2, 3, your roads minister resigns. Yes. That's why when you see there's a fire that has killed people, and it could have been done better, and that warnings could have been given earlier, people resign. When you have an election that's botched, because you believe in the system, if it is botched, the people who were supposed to have overseen that election resign, and they say, actually, we made a mistake, we can't do this.
Yes.
You can't be seen to be partisan as government that is supposed to be to have a free and fair way to deal with matters. That's why, in my opinion, especially when you have a president who wants to be president again, why should they be the ones selecting who's going to referee the election? Come on.
Exactly.
There's a problem there, and that's why the thing is that we don't have a system that operates in independence, and therefore it's not possible for you not to be partisan.
The rain started beating us at the point when we said we need a NADCO to sit down, come up with a selection panel, and all political parties to have their people there so that they are able to scrutinize the system. That is when we lost it. Because each and every single person who was seconded there, in my own opinion, went there with their own notes given to them by the people who proposed them to go there.
I know. It's just, cry. There's so many things that could be done. Let's talk about teachers, please.
Please, yes.
Not that it's better, but okay, just for you to know what's going on. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba has said that 343,485 registered teachers are not employed by the government. Ogamba yesterday told the Senate that recruitment by the Teacher Service Commission is premised on, among other factors, the availability of funds and existence of vacancies. The Ministry of Education and the Teacher Service Commission annually submit budgetary proposals and policy recommendations to the National Assembly Education Committee, advocating for adequate funding and legislative support to facilitate recruitment of teachers. That hasn't happened to the degree which they expect. The CS said the internship program to develop competence with clear linkages between education, training and practical work, and that since inception in 2019, the Commission has engaged 94,300 teacher interns. But he's essentially saying that because of budgetary constraints and just because of vacancies in the public sector, that they've not been able to hire almost 350,000 teachers, and they exist. It's not a good picture.
It's not a good picture
that has been painted here. And, JSS heads, one of the things that they were talking about when they actually had the proposed strike action is they said that, you know what, at least for our heads, you've got to see how you can raise their salaries. Well, we can't do that because, we need 70 billion shillings to hire advisors and pay them in the next year.
Yeah,
sorry. So we can't pay teachers. We cannot hire let me see. Next year we're going into pathways for the first time, and that that's for grade 10.
Yes,
and that the pathways require teachers. Already we have a deficit of science teachers, and one of the pathways we know is STEM, and they need money to pay the teachers, to train the teachers. We need infrastructure. We need things like that. To me, it looks very clear that you can actually use some of the money that you would pay advisors for whom we don't know what they're doing, honestly, and they earn allowances up to 50% more of what their salaries are, that you could even take the salary, the allowance money, and apply it to teachers who do, guess what? They form and they mold the early year foundation of the future of this nation.
Yes.
So you would imagine that you want to put some money behind that. But, that's just me. I'm just saying maybe you want to do it and not give it to advisors who you don't see what they're doing. I'm just saying maybe.
There's a time we had Ms. Keller here, and he said all they needed was around 1.9 billion shillings for all the issues in the health sector to be sorted out. If you look at JSS, how much do we need to pay them? But here we're talking about advisors who are getting how many billions again?
So it's 24 billion shillings in salaries for about 20 advisors rather, and then 33 billion shillings in allowances for a year.
Yeah.
So that comes to 57 billion shillings.
So we're talking about 57 billion shillings that is there, that is spent. It's not a question of we do not have money. That money is there. Imagine if 57 billion shillings was availed to the education sector to help in JSS education, to help the students, the pathways, and hire teachers. What impact would that have to the society? But our priority is we might as well just have over 20 advisors and pay them all these monies and don't care what happens to the future of this country.
Dun, 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 dun. Just imagine. It's a nice place when you imagine.
Yeah.
It's a nice place when you imagine. And this is not money that they've spent. This is money that they plan to spend in the next year.
Yes.
Let me hear anybody come and say next year there's no money for capitation.
Yeah.
Just take two advisors like this and you can pay. Look, the thing.
The capitation deficit is around 60 billion, right?
Over 5 years.
5 years.
Yeah.
You realize what you're talking about here is 57 billion.
In one year of paying 20 advisors, you could actually pay the money that you owe education for 5 years and then now start to go forward.
That's how bad it looks.
Good Lord in heaven. I can see Tracy.
A single financial year is able to sort out 5 years of debt.
A single financial year for 20 persons is able to sort out your financial debt for education, like I said, which is churning out 1 million students from primary every year, and is also churning out almost 900,000 from secondary every year. And then we are introducing them to the job market on some lackluster behavior here, where you don't put the money that's needed, you don't do this, you don't do the other thing. I mean, seriously, what do you expect?
Get advisors and advise them how to advise you. Life is good.
You would hope that one of these advisors would advise you and say, let me give you some advice, educate your children and give them the money that you said that you were actually going to do. Goma, 7 o'clock.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Detectives are today expected to interrogate a man they've described as a person of interest in the ongoing investigation into the murder of Kasipul MP Ongondowere. Philip Okoh said he had nothing to fear and would cooperate with the investigators after the DCI issued a public appeal for him to immediately surrender to the nearest police station.
I saw something on Twitter for the DCI that I'm a person of interest in the murder of the late Mr. Charles, the MP for Kasipul. I've been around, my phone has been on, I'm ready for anything. I don't fear being someone with the DCI. It's normal. I want to hear what they have against me. I will also respond to anything that is relevant. Okay? So anytime, any day, I'm here. I'm ready to explain myself.
Okoh's lawyer Dunstan Omari said his client is a law-abiding citizen and termed the DCI's decision to ask him to surrender to the police as a diversionary tactic.
My client Philip, his phone has been on. He has been doing his business. My client has nothing to hide. If there is no way the DCI can say that they are looking for Philip. He's available. I'm with him. In less than 20 minutes, I shall be taking him to the DCI Yiri office for him to report. This is a law-abiding citizen, and as you can mark it, this is a diversionary issue, so that the death of the member of parliament is taken to Kaspurka Bondo, not in Nairobi.
Meanwhile, National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula used Were's memorial service on Wednesday to ask the detectives to put up a watertight investigation.
In looking at what tragedy befell our Member of Parliament, we encourage the police not to narrow their investigations on matters around the city mortuary. I have instructed the Clerk of Parliament to put together all our CCTV footage in Parliament on the activities, movements around Honorable Were.
This even comes as 4 suspects have been arrested in connection with the murder, with the police having recovered what they believed to be the murder weapon. Thousands of learners who dropped out under the ongoing 844 education system could soon get a second chance at education. The Ministry of Education is working on new guidelines that will allow these learners to rejoin school under the competency-based curriculum. According to a document seen by the Standard, the ministry is proposing a structured school re-entry program that would allow youth and adult learners, including dropouts, to continue their studies under the CBC framework. The Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development has been tasked with developing a CBC pathway that will embed CBC principles into adult education and provide flexible learning models. President William Ruto has concluded his 2-day tour of Narok County, where he launched several projects. Among them was the construction of the Wasonyiro International Airport. President Ruto also issued land titles to residents of Onulkolin in Emurua Dikir and reiterated his administration's commitment to restoring the Mau forest.
Sema unajua wale watu wa propaganda walikuja hapa wakawaambia ati Ruto akiwa president atajaza watu Mau. Si waliwaambia nyinyi, si karibu muamini. Lakini sasa mmejua ukweli iko pande gani. Si ndio? Ama namna gani watu wa Narok? Na sio Mau forest peke yake. Leo nimekuja na title deeds ya watu wa Emurua Dikir. Jana nilikuwa na title deeds ya watu wa Kilgoris. Leo mimi nilikuwa na title deeds yenu ya watu wa hapa Narok West. Tunaenda pale Oldekesi kwenda kupatiana title deeds ya watu wa sehemu hii.
3 foreigners and a Kenyan who were arrested by KWS officers in Nakuru, Nairobi and Machakos counties last month after they were found with ant queens have been fined 1 million shillings each. The 2 Belgians, a Vietnamese and a Kenyan Dennis Nganga, who pleaded guilty to the crime on April the 15th, were handed an alternative 1-year jail sentence. They appeared before Jomo Kenyatta International Airport Senior Principal Magistrate Njeri Thuku on Wednesday. The magistrate also ordered the reparation of the foreigners. The ants, which were found in more than 7,200 syringes, were worth 1.2 million shillings. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
All right, so where are we this morning? Traffic at a few minutes after 7 o'clock, getting into traffic hour in a short time. And there's some traffic already starting to build along Waiyaki Way, heading towards Westlands. On the Thika Superhighway, it's coming in from Githurai. And more of it then at Garden City as you get towards Survey. Then it's just red hot and it's bumper to bumper. On Kiambu Road, as you get towards Muthaiga Square, that's also building. There is traffic on Limuru Road as you come through Muthaiga, so that's already doing the thing on that side. Let's look into the eastern part of the city. We're coming off of Kangunda Road, some traffic in and outbound as you get to and from Outer Ring. I'm coming in from the Eastern Bypass, all the way from Ruai, really. There's a trickling of traffic as you head towards North Airport Road. Looks like it's going to do the thing for a while. As you get to Ombaso Road, you're okay getting past the Maradaima out towards General Motors and then through towards Capital Centre, out towards the city. That looks okay for now, but we will see a build up. The Southern Bypass looks good. Into traffic hour, we will be in a short while. Let's keep each other abreast of what's going on and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room. 7 minutes after 7 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. Ndu and Dennis with you this morning, holding fort and leading on conversations that we should be having day in, day out. Our live streams are up on Facebook, on YouTube and on X. And we say a hearty welcome to our audiences this morning on KTN. It's getting closer and closer to Mother's Day. So let's be real for a second, shall we? Mums, they are superheroes, aren't they? And they say not all superheroes wear capes. From sunrise to well past bedtime, they're doing a million things, nurturing, guiding, feeding, comforting, and somehow still remembering where you left your charger, because you're definitely going to make those demands. So this Mother's Day, we're giving it up for all the mums, the stylish ones, the soft-hearted ones, and yes, the comfy ones too. Woolworths is helping us celebrate her in the best way possible, with 30% off on all women's knitwear and sleepwear now until the 11th of May. So whether your mum lives in her signature knit cardigans or swears by her soft pajamas after a long day, Woolies has something that's just so her. And the best part? These pieces aren't just beautiful, they're built for comfort, elegance, and that effortless Woolworths quality. So if you're thinking of what to do for mum this year, why not let her unwrap a little warmth and softness? Head to your nearest Woolworths store and give her something that says you deserve to relax in style. It's Woolworths, the difference. And as we do every Thursday, we're getting into a Justice Thursday conversation. Over the last couple of weeks, or rather the last few weeks, we've been looking into tribunals. Tribunals as forms of access to justice, whereby there are certain matters where we are saying that you don't actually have to take them into the courtroom. And that's the role that tribunals play. So this morning, we're getting into yet another option in terms of what those are, and that's the Capital Markets Tribunal. Joining us in the hot seat this morning is the Honourable Paul Lilan, who is the chairperson of the Capital Markets Tribunal. Honourable Lilan, good morning.
Good morning to you. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Happy to be here this morning.
Great to have you here. We're glad to continue, Justice Thursday conversations where we get a chance to look at some of these things that people don't know about, yes, and to really open them up. So we're very happy that you're in the hot seat this morning. Yes. As you are in the hot seat, as we normally do, yes, we would like you to hear today's proverb. CT normally goes around the African continent looking for proverbs. He's not here today. Mm-hmm. So Dennis is going to share the proverb. He'll tell you where it's from, and then we'd like you to, as you normally do, mm-hmm, interpret what this is, mm-hmm, and what it would mean to you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so but our proverb of the day today comes from one of the countries from the north, that is Tunisia, whose capital is Tunis. And fun fact about Tunisia, now has around 12 million people, and they gained independence from the French pretty much. So it's a country that speaks Arab and French as well. And the famous sites include the ancient city of Carthage, which as well is tied up with during the colonial times. But that notwithstanding, it is a country that enjoys, there's a capital called the couscous capital, and all this is about the cuisine, the foods that Tunisians get to have. They also have the souk markets where people go enjoy the ornaments, the fabrics, the clothing that makes Tunisia what it is today. A great country in the Maghreb region of the continent. And our proverb today from this country says, a lazy one who sleeps well pays the price. A lazy one who sleeps well pays the price. What do you make of that?
A lazy one who sleeps well pays the price.
Yes.
Interesting. I think it would mean the one who sleeps most will not get anything in the end. So the price is that you don't get anything. So the converse of it is that those who work hard, those who are not lazy, and those who don't sleep get something. And those are the people who succeed and they achieve, and they are the ones who make impact in society and in their own lives.
Indeed.
Well put.
Yes.
Very well put.
Thank you.
Great to hear.
Yeah, I see why you call this a hot seat.
And it's yet to begin.
Yes, yet to begin. It gets hot as I brace for things.
Yeah. That's it, exactly.
Okay.
So how about we turn up the fire even now and start getting into it?
Thank you, Doe.
So Capital Markets Tribunal.
Yes.
When we hear capital markets, usually we're just thinking economies, we're thinking markets. markets were thinking currency, buying and selling, trading, right? Now we're going to put tribunal at the end of it, and then find out what exactly is this tribunal all about.
Why do we have a tribunal? This capital market sector is highly regulated. We have at the apex of the regulation framework, we have the Capital Markets Authority, and this body is the one charged with registering the players in the market, setting standards and ensuring compliance, and monitoring what happens in there. And in the process, it makes decisions. It makes very serious decisions that have legal implications that impact on rights of those players. And whenever those players are unhappy or adversely affected by those decisions, then they have a forum where they can appeal and they can be heard. And this is where the Capital Markets Tribunal comes in. And because of this being a sector that is fairly specialized, so there is need to have a specialized team also of people with expertise in the field who can then listen to these grievances and make decisions. So we listen to grievance from the market, those who are affected by decisions of the regulator, and then we pass judgment. Also, the regulator can come to us if they feel that they need the tribunal to make a decision on one matter or the other.
When you talk about the market and the players in this sector, who exactly are we looking at?
A very good question. Many people ask, what really do we understand by capital markets? I think to make it pretty simple, without making it sound more complicated than it already is, think of buying and selling of shares. That would be the simplest way I can illustrate for now, because a lot of people understand about shares in companies. So those companies that have shares and are listed in the Nairobi Securities Exchange, they will be, that is now the infrastructure where they sell and others are buying. And so that basically illustrates what we mean by capital markets. But in a nutshell, really, when we are talking about capital markets, this is where there is trading of financial assets. And financial assets, you'll be thinking of equities, and I've given an example of stocks and shares. You are also talking of bonds. And many people are familiar with the infrastructure bonds. That is where they are sold and bought. And you can go on and talk about collective investments. You can talk of other classes of financial assets, such as real estate investment trusts. And I can go on and talk about more and more of those. But those are the examples. Yes, and maybe I could add that in this ecosystem, where you have first the regulator and then you have those who provide the infrastructure for trading. And one of those is the Nairobi Securities Exchange. And then we have the Central Depository Securities Corporation, which is, we call it CDSC. And that one is like a registry where after you've sold your shares, and then it is registered there, it is transferred to you officially, just the way you do the lands registry. When you buy land, it is transferred to you, and there is a register kept at the lands registry, and there is a document called title deed that you're given there. In this case, once it's registered, and then you become a shareholder, and previously you'll be given a hard copy share certificate, but now that will be electronically reflected. I'm giving that as an example, but there are other players too, like stockbrokers. We have fund managers. We have investment managers, investment banks, which help to facilitate all these tradings. Others give advice. Others act on behalf of others. Like the brokers would act on behalf of the ones buying or even the ones selling. Yes, and all these people must act in a way that allows order, fairness, and efficiency. And there has to be a high level of transparency and adherence to certain standards so that we have confidence. This market thrives on confidence and stability. So the regulator plays such a big role in ensuring that happens.
Okay.
So even the people who are leaders of these regulated agencies, stockbrokers, investment banks, companies that are listed in the Nairobi Securities Exchange, there are boards of directors, there are senior management, people who are first vetted. They must meet a certain threshold, and they must behave according to those standards throughout their time as they serve in those offices. And whenever they fall below that, then the regulator comes in. Now, once that regulator comes in, if there is a dispute arising out of that, and then Capital Markets Tribunal
comes in. What kind of cases would come before the tribunal? What would happen that would essentially require somebody then to make a complaint or to state a case that would then be brought before the tribunal?
I can give you a few quick examples. A company, say a bank, intends to expand its operations and says, look, how do we get money? So they say, let's go to the public. And the easiest way to go to the public is go and list at the Nairobi Securities Exchange so that you can offer shares. You're familiar with what people are talking about, initial public offerings. We had that from companies such as Safaricom and other companies. So they will go there and they have to make certain disclosures. And there's a document called prospectus where a lot of information is provided according to the requirements set by the regulator. And the regulator will approve that information and then go on and many other steps. Finally, they are listed. But, on the basis of that information, the public, of course, gets the confidence and puts in their money, buying their shares. And it may turn out later that certain information was not accurate, or there was some non-disclosures that were material and made the public actually invest.
Okay.
And it turns out that it was not accurate enough, or there was some non-disclosure. And someone now affected by that may come complaining to the regulator. Yes, and the regulator will put the people concerned, either the directors or the CEOs, and any who are affected after some investigation. We'll put them through some process of hearing, and if they are found culpable and guilty, certain sanctions will be imposed on them. They could be fines, and sometimes huge fines, running into millions of shillings. They could be barred from ever running any public entity for some years. And then because of the severity of some of those sanctions, they may then feel it's either too severe, or that they were not given a proper hearing, or whatever else they feel aggrieved. So they will come to the tribunal and we'll listen to them.
Okay.
That is one example. I could give other examples. After these funds are raised, let's say through a public offering. The company that was floating this and is responsible had probably said, we'll go and invest in ICT infrastructure and do onward lending to borrowers out there, say in microfinance, for example. But then they end up getting the money and maybe share it as bonuses for staff or something. They take it and then nothing, the value of those shares will plummet because there's no profit, there's nothing. So the aggrieved investors will then come to the regulator. Again, this will be put through some process, and any dispute that arises from that may end up in the tribunal.
Okay.
I think that is another one. There is maybe insider trading. Okay. You've probably heard also of that. If you're a shareholder and people have, if certain people have some information that something is about to happen that will materially affect the value of shares of a certain institution, and that information is just known by a few people inside, and they take advantage of that knowledge to either buy or sell very quickly. That can distort the market. Now, if people like that are found to have behaved that way, and then again, they can be subjected through a process, which may end up again coming to a tribunal.
All right. So one would want to ask, if I have information about how the market would perform in a few months, say, and I take advantage of that information to make my situation better, one would ask, why is that wrong? Because then again, it's information I'm privy to that would make my situation better. Why is it a crime? And why would that something that would end up at the tribunal?
Well, there is a code of conduct for insiders, for players inside. And it's more like if you are working in an organization and there's certain information you're privy to, which the rest of the public is not privy to, you can then take advantage of that for your benefit, because you have a fiduciary duty to act in the best interest also of those you serve, and you're not allowed to use that information to your benefit.
Right.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So here's a situation where we have companies and we have cases that are in the public with regard to investigations that are taking place because of what some companies have done, and there are matters that the regulator have made decisions to go investigate and whatnot, and there are matters that these companies would then bring before the tribunal to have that checked. So the tribunal here is seen as the mediator between the regulator and say the business offering or the company that is trading. In such instances where a case comes to you and you rule, say, to uphold what the regulator has done, do you see a situation where others decide to go to court, or the matters are just handled by the tribunal?
Exactly. Thank you very much for that as well. Let me then put again in context where we belong. First, under the Constitution of Kenya, judicial authority vests in the courts and then tribunals. So one understanding is that we are offering a judicial service, and that brings us to this discussion about the judicial services and access to justice, and we are very keen that Kenyans get access to justice in a way that is much better than before. And allow me at this point to invite the public to join us on Monday. We are in Kisumu. The entire judiciary is in Kisumu, led by our Chief Justice, as we go towards closer and further and deeper realization of our vision of accessing justice, bringing justice closer to the people. Please come to Kisumu. All the tribunals will be showcasing what they do. They will be answering information from the public and being able to show them how easy and how quickly, how efficient, and how we can use the specialized nature of the services that are available at the tribunals. So back to your question, Dennis. Once a decision is made by this tribunal, the law provides that any aggrieved party, either the Capital Markets Authority itself, if we make a decision that they feel is not favorable, is not fair, so to speak, if they aggrieved in one or another, that maybe some aspect of the law was not considered, or the other aggrieved party, the one who had brought the complaint in the first place, is dissatisfied, they have all the right within 30 days to go to the commercial court, High Court. That's the High Court. They can appeal to the High Court. Yes, and from there, if they are also not satisfied with the outcome there at the High Court, they can go to the Court of Appeal. And even from there, they can still go to the Supreme Court. And there are cases that have gone that far. Yes.
Okay.
There are a number of cases that have gone all the way But during my tenure, of course, we are fairly new. We're just about 2 years old. Of the decisions that we've made, we haven't yet seen any that has run that far. I think there is one appeal that has just been filed, but of all the ones that we've decided, we've not had that opportunity to hear what our superior courts would say of the decisions we make. Yes.
So sometimes in court, you would have what we know as class actions.
Yes.
That groups of people would then come together who have the same issue, more or less, be represented by somebody. And it sounds to me like some of the cases where you speak of, maybe there's been insider trading, maybe there's been, a number of things that could possibly happen that puts folks at a disadvantage.
Yes.
When it comes to selling stocks, for example.
Yes.
Could people then come together also at the tribunal the way they would do before court who have a similar issue that needed to be addressed?
Yes. A good example would be a group of shareholders, especially the minority shareholders. You probably have this one large, big company listed at the stock exchange, securities exchange. Currently, there is and maybe one or two big shareholders use their muscle now to push through certain decisions. They may want actually to push out the minority shareholders and have a complete control of the company. And because really a lot of decision making in such companies is largely driven by the weight of shareholding. The vote will be based on shares. Now, you could have just a handful of people with a lot of shares and so many people with very few shares. Now they fall into a category of minority shareholders. So when they feel that the decisions being made by the bigger shareholders will be disadvantaging them in one way or another, they can come together as shareholders and file an appeal together. And so we've seen one or two of those where quite a number of minority shareholders come together and file an appeal. Yes.
Okay. So the tribunal comes in place as a means of making sure that cases are fast-tracked, that the backlogs in commercial courts are handled easily and speedily. Just what change has the tribunal brought with regard to ensuring that these cases are fast-tracked and that the aggrieved get justice that they need and deserve at a faster pace?
Thank you very much. One big advantage of going before tribunals is first the expertise, because sector expertise. So all the tribunals are populated by people who have expertise in a particular sector. So that's one. Number two, because it focuses only on that sector, and then it will be possible to handle the cases that come before the tribunals fairly quickly. Most tribunals, in fact, as a policy of the judiciary, should dispose of each case that comes before it within 180 days. Now, when you look at that compared to how long you take in the normal courts, which has a lot of cases and backlogs, you can see the advantage in taking your matter to tribunal rather than going to ordinary courts. Another advantage with the third one would be we try to make it simple. We try to avoid the technicalities of procedure that you see sometimes in courts, which may even appear to be an impediment to access to justice when it becomes too complicated. But here, we make it a lot easier. We would try and look at substantive justice as much as we can. Of course, within the law.
Okay.
Yes.
It's a Justice Thursday conversation. The Honourable Paul Lilan is the chairperson of the Capital Markets Tribunal. We're having a conversation around the role of this tribunal in enhancing access to justice. We'll come back and look at, where government plays a role in all of this, and if they actually do, and what folks can actually do if they don't know where they find themselves. Perhaps the tribunal can be of help. We'll come back and can discuss that in a short while. At 29 minutes to 8 o'clock, we'll take a quick look at weather and traffic, and we'll be back. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. Partly sunny conditions in Nairobi this morning at 15, and it is cloudy at 15 into Nakuru, with 16 and sunny conditions into Nyeri. 14 and sunny in Eldoret, while Mombasa is cloudy at 25 and a bit of an end to that early morning rain. 25 and cloudy in Malindi, with 20 and cloudy conditions in Kisumu, and partly sunny at 17 into Kakamega. It is raining in Dar es Salaam, in Kampala at 17, while at 23 in Dar es Salaam it is cloudy. Mostly clear at 11 in Johannesburg, while Mogadishu at 27 is partly sunny, and it's 14 and sunny in Addis Ababa. Light rain continues in Lagos at 25, and it's mostly cloudy at 25 into Kinshasa. All right, so we're getting into traffic hour. It is pretty busy coming off of the Eastern Bypass, and you come towards North Airport Road, bumper to bumper, both directions, and it's doing the thing this morning already. Outer Ring at that junction also with some traffic, and it's going to trickle along through towards the Allsop stage on the Thika Superhighway. So Outer Ring is a beehive of activity, busy coming off of Kangunta Road, and then we see traffic then come in from Allsops on the Thika Superhighway out through Survey, bumper to bumper through towards the Pangani underpass. Some of that traffic goes towards Wangari Maathai Way. There's also traffic coming off of Kiambu Road, which is finding its way through towards Muthaiga Square. Busy on Limuru Road, very, very busy in some parts where it is bumper to bumper. And on Gong Road, traffic is starting to build as it is on Lower Kabete out through towards Spring Valley. We are in traffic hour, folks, on this Thursday morning. Let's try to keep things moving and talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room. It is at 25 minutes to 8 o'clock. The Honourable Paul Leland is our Justice Thursday guest this morning. And we're looking at the Capital Markets Authority, tribunal. And even as we do that, yes, the authority comes into play here some way or another. One question that has come in on our socials that I want to combine with a question that I have is that does government play here at all? That can someone who would feel as though they're an aggrieved party representing representing Kenya, for example, and its people, come to the tribunal with an issue on how government, for example, has or has not spent money? Does this play here at the tribunal at all in terms of a petition?
Not quite. That will be the jurisdiction of the High Court.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So
yes.
Such cases don't come before the tribunal?
No, they don't come before the tribunal.
All right.
Yes.
So what is the nature or what is the manner of then bringing cases before the tribunal? What do you do? Whom do you go to? And where does this all begin? Because we hear from other tribunals that the tribunal steps in when first point of contact has, like, for example, if I have a problem with petroleum, it would have gone through IPRA and they would have had the conversation and were not able to agree, then it comes to the tribunal. Is this the same here?
It is very much similar, that there has to be a body established by law that has made a decision already. So in this case, it would be the Capital Markets Authority, which would have made a decision. And someone or a party, and a company or individual is aggrieved by that decision. That's then they come to us. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So often it is more often than not, these are grievances that are resultant from a decision that has been made by the Capital Markets Authority.
Yes.
So who is being brought before the tribunal? If the Capital Markets Authority has made a decision where there was insider trading, for example, by a particular broker.
Yes.
They've made the decision. Who am I bringing before the tribunal?
Largely, the constant number one respondent, because they are called respondents, is the Capital Markets Authority.
Okay.
Yes. Usually that is the one which has made a decision that the other party is dissatisfied against that decision. So it could have made a decision against a stockbroker. It could have made a decision against any of those intermediaries. It could be a funds manager, for example. It could have made a decision against directors or a director or a chair of a board or a CEO of one of those listed companies. And that aggrieved party now comes to us complaining against the Capital Markets Authority. And sometimes they add maybe the Securities Exchange or any of the other where they feel should also have something to say in this process. Yes.
You see, the justice system in the country has for a very long time been seen as being this big boy who's unapproachable, expensive. And one would want to ask, how is the tribunal any different? Because then again, even if I've brought, I am a minority shareholder, that means I am bringing the authority itself to the tribunal. How affordable is it for me? How do I file the same?
Thank you very much. Very, very simple. We made it very, very simple. And now you can do it online from the comfort of your home. You file, and actually you are given 15 days within which to make that complaint to the tribunal. And there is a format that is provided under the law, the Capital Markets Act. There is a schedule there which provides a format of a simple memorandum. What you need to say, the decision was made on this day. I was not happy because of these different reasons. And the relief I'm looking for, what I would like this tribunal to decide is to overturn that decision or to scale down the fine, it was too much, or to find that the investigation was not adequate. Or that they proceeded on some wrong premise, something like that. So you do that and add to it a statement. You just give a summary statement of what happened and add any documents that you think are helpful to support your case.
So the authority can make a decision. The Capital Markets Authority can make a decision and say, for example, this broker was within their right to sell shares, whatever, or advise otherwise. I can come in and say, actually, you know what? I've gone at a loss. I don't think it was a right decision that you made. And because of this, I bring my case before the tribunal. Can a broker also come before the tribunal and say the CMA made a ruling against me, and because of this, I've had to repay money or, you know, have my license withheld kind of thing? Can they also bring cases before the tribunal?
Precisely. Those are the kind of cases we deal with. Yes, a license has been cancelled or suspended, and a broker says, now I'm out of business. I can't, that was not right. This and this rule was violated. So they come to us and we listen to them. If indeed we find the Capital Markets was wrong, we order that the license be reinstated. If we find that they were wrongly fined, we also make appropriate decisions. But if we find that CMA was correct and they followed all the procedures, the evidence was well considered, the composition of the panel that made the decision at capital markets was proper, and then we may not disturb. Or if we think they were too harsh, we may also adjust, and so forth and so forth. So I hope I've answered your question, Andrew.
Right, you have. In that case, then, the sensitivity of this is that usually money is involved.
A lot of it.
Right?
Yes.
People have lost money.
Yes.
So if I'm coming before the tribunal for you to make a decision on a decision that was made, I would hope that if I came before the tribunal, you would make a decision that my money to be returned to me.
Sometimes
would that be?
Sometimes you do that.
Okay.
Now there is something called investor compensation fund. That is also another safety net in this market, so that those who, especially the vulnerable investors at the lower level of this chain, who do not have all the muscle to fight through all this, in the end, if they are found really to deserve some compensation, there is some money in that fund, which normally is a pool that collects the fines and penalties from those who have violated the rules within the sector. And so some of those who need compensation can get the money from there. But otherwise, those who have taken money which ought not to be theirs,
like they have stolen.
It's like they're stolen. They just ask to return.
Okay.
They have to return the money, and if they have used it wrongly elsewhere, they have to find a way of returning that money.
Okay.
Yes.
So there is the aspect of trust that is created out there in terms of, if I come to the tribunal, I will get justice, and I'll get justice at a faster pace. So in terms of how players in the sector are viewing the tribunal, how are they looking at it?
The feedback we get actually is that there is a lot of confidence in our tribunal, and we get this feedback through engagements during open days. We had one not long ago, and then many of the lawyers who appear before the tribunal, this is the opportunity, a fairly open session for people to talk about their experience. And they are happy with the way we engage with them, timely response to their questions. We have all our sittings on schedule. Whenever we say we have to deliver our decisions, we try to do that on time. Sometimes because of the volume of the paperwork and the complexity, and sometimes a little bit of research may be required, and it may not be delivered on time. But most of the times, we make sure we deliver on time.
So over the 2 years that you've been operating and the responses that you're getting, have we seen an increase in matters being filed before court?
We are actually because for over 3 years, the tribunal was not functional. It had not been properly constituted. So most of the litigants went to the commercial court instead, and the files that had been there for the file before or just stuck. And so a lot of the work that we had to do was to clear that backlog. And I'm happy to report we finished all of them. And so now we are dealing with the new cases. I must say also I think from where I sit that the quality of decisions that are being made at other levels seem to be really good, so that those that require us to intervene are now not as many as before. But we think also it is important for the public to be aware of the service that we offer, so that instead of going to other forum, that which ought to come to the tribunal, they would then be aware that we exist and we are ready to serve them.
So capital markets are unique. They're unique in the sense that you will normally find them around your hub of business, your hub of the economy and things like that. So usually they would be restricted to capitals or big cities within the republic.
Almost like the word capital.
Isn't it? So you would find that they would be restricted to that. Because my question was going to then be around, do we find that people around the country then can access this tribunal? But then I thought to myself, is there a need really beyond the business outlet where you would be involved? But then I thought further, a morning for thinking, that anybody who would spend a shilling, for example, to buy shares, as we've seen happens around the country, then might be in a situation whereby they might need some help at some point if things were undersold, oversold, oversubscribed, things like that.
Yes.
So what access do they have if they're not around the hub of activity?
And that is now brings us to really the meat of this conversation.
Yeah.
The question of access to justice.
Yeah.
For a very long time up to now, we would only be found here in the city of Nairobi, at the where we have our tribunal at Upper Hill. There is need now, and cities are growing. Kisumu city is growing, and other cities. So the tribunals within the judiciary have found a way of moving closer to the people in a way that we share. We share facilities. So you don't have to have your own room, your own office. We share. Or courtrooms, we share. Some staff, courts assistants, research assistants, and administrative staff, we share them. So this model is now being rolled out for the first time outside Nairobi. We already have shared services facility in Upper Hill, which is working very well. Now we are replicating that outside the cities, and we are now going to Kisumu, and people there can now access our service through there. Investors in financial sector, in financial assets, are not limited to the people in Nairobi. We find them all over the country. And to insist or to leave them no choice other than to come all the way to Nairobi for their disputes and their concerns to be addressed, I think it would still be limiting access to justice. But when we go closer to them, and that would be something that we really hope can be helpful and improve their lives ultimately. And we are not just looking at the people who can afford the high-end lawyers. This is actually an area where the very highly complicated litigation, attracts the top-notch lawyers in town. But there are also the other ordinary shareholders and investors in this sector who are not in that level where you can hire very expensive lawyers. They can come to us simply, file their cases in a simplified way. The filing fees is standard. It's not more than 10,000 shillings. So it would really be affordable. And if you can hire a lawyer, well and good. But if you cannot afford a lawyer, they can still come directly. Yeah.
So there is a question that one of our listeners is asking, Agola is asking,
yes.
Does the tribunal have investigators to look into various matters brought before them?
No, we don't investigate. We are an impartial adjudicator. We really operate like a court.
Okay.
We want to be neutral and independent. Come, present your case. We listen to you. Give evidence. Argue your case. And if we are satisfied that what you are saying meets a threshold for us to give you a decision, that's what we will do. Now, the area of investigation would have happened before, especially by the regulator.
Yes.
The regulator does a lot of investigation. It has its investigation officers, and it also at least support of other government agencies, DCI and other investigative agencies. Some of the infractions can be very complicated and requires high-level investigation, including people who check on cyber and people who would follow up detailed transactions through banks and all that. and there's a lot of process that follows. Now, us as a tribunal, we are not involved in that. The Capital Markets Authority, as the regulator, would deal with that.
Okay.
Yes.
How busy is the tribunal?
I'll tell you, yes, every week we have something to do. And not just every week, because we are part-time, we are not full-time. The members of this tribunal, we are 5 of us, myself and 4 colleagues, all are busy doing the other things on day-to-day basis.
What's other things though? Sorry, before you go to how busy you are.
Yes.
So is it that, you're handling cases within court and then you work on matters to do with the tribunal later, or what are we looking at?
What we do, because membership of tribunals, largely, most of them are part-time.
Okay.
It's not full-time.
Yeah.
Chair and members are part-time. So you would be, of course, doing your other work elsewhere. Those who are lawyers will be practicing law somewhere. Okay. Those who are financial experts will be doing their bit wherever, and so on and so on. So we have a schedule where we meet every Thursday, and most of it now we do online. And then whenever clients request, that is the litigants, request that they need a physical hearing, because maybe the material they are going through or the cross-examination of witnesses would be such that you want to see each other face to face, then we can organize for a physical sitting.
Yeah.
But in between, particularly chair, you'll be looking at administrative issues, just being sure that files are being prepared in good time, the listing, course listing, liaising with the court administrator and the court assistants. And then we are also coordinating the writing of judgments and rulings, which is now another very heavy part of our work. And this one we do outside the normal sittings.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I almost want to ask if the tribunals are a bit of a more sophisticated system when it comes to then dealing with matters justice. But you talk about writing of judgments.
Yes.
Is it digitized in any way? And I ask this because one of the issues that we see slowing down the court process is the digitization of processes, whereby we are still having magistrates and judges writing their judgments or writing, case information, which takes time, and not within the court, but takes time that, they could be writing out the thing for, God knows how long, and asking things like having court stenographers and things like that, people who are taking down this information. Do we have that technologies coming into play at the tribunal stage yet?
It's good you ask that. And one of the major pillars of the social transformation access to justice framework under the judiciary led by our able Chief Justice is technology-enabled provision of services. And there's a lot of digitization that has been going on in the judiciary. I will tell you, in the Court of Appeal now, everything is online. You don't need to carry your big bags all the way. No, you just address the judges right from the comfort of your office. And there is a transcription service. There is a center where all the proceedings that go on online through Teams platform or any other platform is transcribed. Probably not as yet real time, because a team would have to just look through to just make sure it is cleaned up, and it will be available within 48 hours. Yes, that is already there. And then the judicial staff who are quick in learning and adopting to these technologies would also deploy. You see, you don't have to keep writing everything. You can record, and it can be transcribed. There are applications that do that, and many judicial officers are already deploying that, and that is making our work very easy. But what really has been directed as a policy of the judiciary is that we all embrace technology. And there is an e-filing portal. Even ours, everything is filed through the portal. We no longer receive hard copy documents. And our judgments we deliver online. And once we've read it and we've signed, we send it online and they access it.
All right.
Yes.
So there are players in the sector who pretty much do not have proper information about the tribunal, right?
Yes.
And one would hope that this information gets to them.
Yes.
So what is your tribunal doing to ensure that the successes, that the work that you're doing gets to them in a way of ensuring that every single Kenyan who feels aggrieved knows where to go, that the tribunal is there to serve them?
Yes. We are really happy that SpiceFM is here, and this is part of that process, sensitizing the public, getting them to know what service we offer. We also have the service or open days. Sometimes we do and have exhibitions. So last year we went out to a number of court stations. We did in Nakuru, we did in Eldoret, and there was a time the team went to Embu, riding on other events to just have an exhibition desk there, an exhibition booth there, where wananchi can just come and ask questions and be informed what services are available. So we use whatever opportunity we have just to sensitize wananchi of the service that is available. Yes.
Okay. What's the hope that looking into where we have a world that business happens not just within the country, but you have cross-border business, that the tribunal will also start to be able to sit cases that involve somebody who may be domiciled in Kenya with, some kind of work that they did outside? Or is it just representative of what happens within the borders of Kenya?
Oh, thank you very much. That the world of business is now going global. It's intertwined. So one of the cases we handled, the aggrieved party was addressing us from London. Yes. So we listened to the case. He's telling us how it went on, and the documents are posted, and we are running through, and in the end, we are able to communicate with each other very well. We also had someone addressing us from South Africa. Now, what does that say? It says we are already having cases by people who are not necessarily resident here, who are not even necessarily citizens of this country. So these, taking into account that our capital market is fairly well developed in this region comparatively, it is the hub of the region. And it is still very important for us to position it even more by ensuring that there is real confidence, that even the disputes that arise from there are dealt with very quickly, decisively, and also in a manner that is fair and just.
So very quickly, in a few seconds, so does the tribunal then have jurisdiction outside of Kenya to then be able to handle cases that might crop up in Tanzania or DR Congo, for example? Okay.
No, we only have jurisdiction. In fact, we have in Tanzania, they have their own.
Yes.
And we had the opportunity actually to interact with them when they came for a learning exchange here.
Okay.
And just to share the experiences. So they have their own. We have our own here.
Okay.
The jurisdiction really is what happens within Kenya.
Okay.
If the investor is aggrieved, is a non-Kenyan, but whatever happened was in Kenya, we will have jurisdiction.
We'll have jurisdiction.
But what happens in Tanzania, what happens in Uganda,
they handle.
or US or not, yes. But we may, sometimes we borrow learnings. So the more advanced ones like in Canada, in Australia, we look at their decisions and see what can help also in resolving our own disputes here.
Very interesting. And I'm glad to know that, it's good to hear for all of us that there's tribunals whereby you don't have to be stuck in the trappings of a system whereby there's so many cases and there's so much to be done. That there are options in the tribunal. Honorable Paul Lilana has been our guest this hour. He's the chairperson of the Capital Markets Tribunal, and we've been looking at the role of Capital Markets Tribunal in enhanced access to justice. Thank you for being here for our Justice Thursday conversation this morning. Thank you so much. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Thank you. It's a pleasure having me here and being my first.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Kenya recorded more cases of enforced disappearances and extrajudicial killings last year, according to a report by the Missing Voices human rights group. The group attributes the killings and abductions to the police. According to the report released on Wednesday, enforced disappearances have doubled since June last year compared to the same period in 2023. The months of June and July last year recorded the most cases due to the Gen Z-led anti-finance bill protests. His former Chief Justice David Maraga speaking during the launch of the report.
Behind each statistic in the report are human beings. Behind each statistic in the report are harrowing experiences of the family members. The anguish the parents have gone through, the anguish the family members have gone through, who must live with the loss of their loved ones, and some who have already been maimed.
The Law Society of Kenya President Faith Odhiambo joined activists in calling on authorities to hold perpetrators accountable.
Those police officers that are being investigated should also step aside and allow for investigation. They should not continue to sit in those police stations.
We stand firm and say the rule of law must be followed. Human rights must be promoted and protected and observed.
At the same time, IPOA chairperson Isaac Hassan pledged to do his part in ensuring that the victims find justice.
But we are with the families. We are with you as families, as victims of enforced disappearances and extrajudicial killings. I think we need to hold the government accountable. We need to hold our security forces accountable, and we need to demand for justice for the victims and the families.
In Embu County, UDA party frontline coordinators have announced their exit from the President William Ruto-led outfit over what they termed as betrayal and failed promises. They announced their exit at a press conference on Wednesday, saying the party had turned its back on them.
We choose to divorce the UDA party with a lot of confidence, and it is what it is. Right now, power belongs to the people. We move by the people, and if it belongs to the people of Embu, we will go by what they decide. We have a new beginning as from now. We choose peace, we have chosen a divorce, and we will move together.
We are the people who convinced the populace of Embu people to vote for this government. We feel that we no longer want to be associated with a system that has failed our people.
The disgruntled leaders emphasized that majority of Kenyans have lost confidence in the Kenya Kwanza government.
When we were selling the party, we were selling a party that was God-fearing, that was friendly to the people, nationally and even at the county level. And we sold it, and for 6 months consecutively, Embu was #1 in the recruitment.
Cardinals choosing the next leader of the global Catholic Church were locked into the Vatican Sistine Chapel on Wednesday, marking the formal start of the conclave to elect a successor to Pope Francis. The conclave's master of ceremonies declared everybody out and then shut the heavy doors of the 15th century chapel, leaving the 133 princes of the church to make their choice in secrecy. The centuries-old ritual, which is expected to last several days, comes just over a fortnight after the death of Pope Francis, who led the world's 1.4 billion Catholics for 12 years. The cardinal electors had earlier gathered in the nearby Pauline Chapel in silent prayer before proceeding to the 15th century Sistine Chapel. Liam Payne left behind money, property and possessions worth more than 24 million euros when he died last year, official records show. The One Direction singer died aged 31 in Argentina in October without making a will. If someone dies without making a will, the rules say any children will normally inherit their estate if there is no living husband, wife or civil partner. Payne never married, but he and former Girls Aloud singer Cheryl had a son, Bear, who is now aged 8. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
All right, at a few minutes after 8 o'clock, let's take a look at what traffic looks like. And it is looking like a busy morning. Still quite some of that coming off of the thicker superhighway. It's going to take us through towards the CBD, and that's busy. Kiambu Road also busy with traffic, and then trying to approach Muthaiga Square. And it is also busy coming off of Limuru Road. As you cross over James Gishuru, which is busy over the drift, you're going to find traffic taking you through towards Red Hill and then out and towards the city. Lower Kabete towards Spring Valley, also doing the business this morning. And so it is a busy Thursday. There is some traffic coming off of Langata Road going towards Aerodrome. And some of that finds its way round towards Uhuru Highway. So Langata Road is busy. The Southern Bypass is not looking too bad. We'll see some traffic around the Likoni interchange taking you towards Jago Road on one side or Mombasa Road on the other. So we are in traffic hour trying to get through the busyness. We will talk and keep things moving. Talk to us, SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room. It's 7 minutes after 8 o'clock into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And you know what? I've got to remind you that mums are some pretty special folks, aren't they? And you know what I've realized? The best Mother's Day gifts are the loudest ones. They are the ones that show we get her. Woolworths is making it easier to say, I see you, mum, with 30% off women's knitwear and sleepwear available in store right now until the 11th of May. Now, think of that one soft sweater she always wears. You can see it, can't you? The one whereby it's synonymous with mum. And when she reaches, or whether the weather turns, it's what she actually reaches for. Or those comfy sleep sets that somehow make everything feel a little bit calmer at night. Woolies has all that and more. The quality, the comfort, the elegance, all in one place. And let's be honest, no one deserves a day off and a little spoiling other than mums. So why not give her the softest hug in the form of something she'll wear and love every day? So head into a Woolies and make this Mother's Day feel as special as she is experiencing Woolworths. The difference. And as you do that, you can also ask yourself a couple of questions, and those are the questions that we're going to be asking ourselves this morning. And we get into a wealth conversation, and I know you guys are going to like this one. And our very special friends from Standard Chartered are here this morning. Paul Njoki is the head of Affluent Banking and Wealth Management Products, Kenya and East Africa. And he's here with us with Ouma Orero, who is the head of Wealth Products, Kenya and East Africa. Gentlemen, good morning to you both.
Good morning. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Dennis. Karibu.
Morning.
Yes. Good to have you here. And we're looking at this thing that we all love, but we don't often know how to get there. And so that's the conversation that we will have this morning, and we're glad that you're both in the hot seats this morning. Yes. Before we get into it, of course, you know that we've got to take a trip around the African continent. Dennis is going to tell you what country we've landed in today, and he's going to share today's proverb. And I think you might like this one. But then we'd love to get your interpretation of it. Yes?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, so... City's best student is in the room, eh?
Yes.
Yeah, and today we're in Tunisia. Whose capital is Tunis. We're talking about a population of around 12 million people. And Tunisia is well known for its couscous cuisine, So next time you're in Tunisia, just try enjoy that, as well as their souks, which is their markets, where you can go enjoy their fabric, their handmade garments and whatnot, which gets to stand out in terms of what makes Tunisia what it is and what we know it for, as well as you can just cross the borders and get to Italy because they share the Mediterranean, yeah? Mm-hmm. So next time you're there, try enjoy that. But our proverb today, a lazy one who sleeps well pays the price. A lazy one who sleeps well pays the price. Orero, what do you make of that?
That tells me, I would interpret it as to get opportunity, you need to be awake. Yes, you need to be awake.
Paul?
I think for me, it's the early bird gets the big worm.
Proverb for a proverb.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Quite simply so. And even as we've had wealth management conversations before, we've had wealth growing conversations before, and something, in my opinion, that we cannot stop having in terms of how we actually manage that. So even as we get into this conversation this morning about some of the things where we say now is your time for wealth, we're going to start off with the very first question as we get into this, gentlemen. Why are we saying that now is your time for wealth?
Good, and good morning, our listeners. So now is the time for wealth, and as a bank, Standard Chartered Bank, we have now, after having looked at the various demographics, what's happening across different jurisdictions, really made a very conscious decision to take a stand and put a lot of investments in helping our clients and basically the general public grow their wealth, secure it, and then obviously transfer it to the next generation. The bank is investing over $1.5 billion in the next 5 years globally to grow the wealth business and put its position as a lead wealth manager for clients, for our friend clients globally. And this is after realization that we serve communities over generations, 170 years of existence. That's globally, 110 in Kenya. And having done the wealth business, particularly in Kenya, for over 20 years now, we can put our hand to our chest and say, now is the time for wealth, and with Standard Chartered Bank.
So when we talk about wealth and now is the right time for it, there is need to have a comprehensive approach towards this, because then again we need to have all these goals, aspirations, but there is need to have a partner who comprehensively looks at your idea and ensures that you are there. So can you share some of these comprehensive approaches that I need my wealth is now, Yeah.
Yes, thanks. From a Standard perspective, when we look at wealth, we look at it over a given period of time. And when you look at yourself as an individual, you got your needs for now, and you got your needs that the dreams that you want to take care of in 5-10 years. And then at the end of the day, you need to be able to be in a position to transfer that. We got a wealth advisory framework that we use and share with our clients that helps guide the decisions that you make as an individual around your wealth. Because we know at different stages of your life journey, you got your needs that you want to solve for now. You need some regular income apart from what you're earning in your daily role where you're getting a salary. You need to be able to pay for your short-term insurance, those kind of things. So you got products that be able to solve for that. That's the first piece, and you look at yourself from that perspective. The second piece is about your dreams. 10, 15 years, what are you looking for? You got that 2 children that you want to take to school. What are those solutions that you need to put in place now that helps to manage and solve that for you? You want to retire with dignity. What are those solutions that will help you be able to retire with dignity? And the last bit, after all this is done, you want to be able to transfer that wealth that you build over a given period. So when it comes to wealth, what we discuss with our clients is that use a partner that looks at you beyond the transactional value, that will be able to discuss with you the solutions that you need over a given period of time. And we got that capability and experience, as Paul has said. You've been around over 170 years in some of the markets, and with that we've been able to build trust and be able to understand what the clients is. So that piece is what we're talking to clients about. Look at your today, look at your tomorrow, and look at your forever needs, and with that build a discipline around it, and you will be able to generate and grow your wealth over a given period.
So we talk about these things, but we've kind of shared a few nuggets of those with each other over time, Paul. And if we're saying look at today, tomorrow, forever, but then folks, sometimes we want to know, what exactly do we do? We know what the approaches are, but what do you do? That you're looking at this money in your account maybe at Standard Chartered and you're saying, by all definitions, it is not wealth. Okay? What are we doing that is actually going to take it to move it from just money in an account to what then would be considered wealth that we can manage in the future?
Yeah, thank you. So everything that our clients, ourselves, we do is geared towards achieving a life goal. Everyone has a life goal. And what we found based on the research we've done a lot of research over a number of years, is that money in itself is not the end. It is a means to something. Okay? And we find these life goals tends to come to a number of things. They could be more, but a number of things come out. Firstly, everybody is caring about their financial well-being from a health perspective. They want their family to be healthy. Okay. The second thing, and from COVID time, that became quite elevated. The second one, children education. It is unnegotiable. People are keen about retirement and retiring in dignity. All right, and sustaining their lifestyle that they had acquired during their work years or their active years through into retirement. Nobody wants to work hard and then at retirement it's all desperate, right? And then the issue of legacy planning in terms of how do this wealth translate to the next generation is becoming very topical. And we have some statistic: $125 trillion globally will transfer in the next 25 years. We are experiencing one of the most significant wealth transfer that no other generation has seen.
And this is transfer from you to your children, to the next generation.
Absolutely. Okay. I mean, the baby boomers made a lot of money, because they're the guys who made money after the wars, right?
Right. Yeah.
And the economic prosperity that has happened across, right? Of course, like in Africa, most countries got independence and people created business and careers and all that. Now those people are having to transfer their wealth to the next generation. And are we ready now then to do that? Then therefore, we come to Standard Chartered and we say, how does the Today, Tomorrow, Forever framework that Okello has mentioned really interprets to these individual client so that we achieve those life goals, right? And therefore, then we get into the planning. We get into the planning, and we know very well, and this is common knowledge, that failure to plan is planning to fail, right? So the question around planning about our finances and how those finances meet an actual life goal is very important. And that's what we are coming to say, that now is your time. Now we cannot procrastinate. We have to be very deliberate and start putting a plan in place based on the client goal so that we can achieve this. Now, I'll tell you then how do we do this.
Right.
Our relationship model, our relationship manager model is the best way of having that conversation started, because a relationship manager sits, and we have trained them very, very well. We do a lot of training, including training with the INSEAD, a global university, to be able to sit with the client and understand, listen to the story the client is talking about, and understand, then interpret those stories into the goals, the life goals, and then agree, okay, I see client, you're talking about your children, how many years? Okay, 10 years, I'm hearing that. I'm hearing you're talking about your emergency health kitty somewhere, okay. How much does that look like? Okay. I'm hearing that you're talking to retire in the next 10 years, okay. Now, those goals together are requiring you to have this form of, this is the obligation. Therefore, then let's go to our framework. How much do we need to set aside for today? How much do we need to set for tomorrow? Which investment are we going to go? Do we need insurance to secure some of this? And then, if there's some of the legacy goals, then we say, what structure do we need to use?
It's interesting that you say it. I mean, because we never did look at banking in that manner, because that's what it is, isn't it? That we didn't look at it like that before, whereby there can be a structured approach to actually do what you wanted to do beyond just taking your money, putting it in the bank, getting it out when you need it to. But you're saying that here I am, and my personal financial planning, it needs to be something that you take seriously. And that when we talk about the now, we're not saying that it is your turn. We are saying that as of present is the opportunity that you have to do something about it, and you must take the bull by the horns now if you want to then be able to enjoy it later, right? So when we look at how that is structured, when you talk about your personal planning, you can have what you want to do in your head, but then who's to make sure that that which you have in your head translates to what makes sense on the outside?
Yeah. And thanks, Ndu. We talked about our relationship managers. They're the cornerstone of every conversation that you'd have, because our, as Paul said, our relationship managers have been trained. We give them the training from INSEAD that gives them the opportunity to understand the wealth needs of the clients. We give them training from the Chartered Institute of Securities and Investment that helps hone them. But the RM is not alone. They got a support structure around them. Every relationship manager that you will speak to, that understand your needs, that understand your goal, that listens to the aspirations that you have as an individual, is supported by an investment advisor. They have got a treasury specialist who understand what happens in the capital market. They got an insurance specialist that is supporting them. Then they also have a mortgage specialist, because sometimes part of your goal would be, how do I get a home? And when I have that home, how will you be able to move it to the next? They have, but above all, as we talked about being a global organization that is present in Asia, Middle East, and Africa, we got our chief investment office that will be able to look at what happens globally, and that information is distilled, provided every day. And when you are having that conversation with the URM, when you're talking about your goals and your future, that all comes together, and the solutions that then you get sits on the various aspects of goals that you're looking to meet, and that's the person. So for us, the relationship managers that we have are very critical for every conversation our affluent clients are looking to have. That's the person that will help you.
When you talk about your relationship managers, because I've had the experience, you get in and it's someone who will sit and listen to what Aseto is saying. You know, it is my story that they are picking up. It is my aspirations that they want to work with me throughout. Therefore, which comes again to a personalized financial planning that fits my needs as me. So by the end, I walk in and I tell my story and I get a planning in place. It is my story. How critical is it to have a personalized financial planning around my wealth?
Yeah, so remember, I'll give you an analogy of a doctor. And if you walk into a doctor's office and the doctor tells you, okay, you've come in, Dennis, I'll give you the same medicine I gave the guy you met on your way in, the last patient in.
Yeah.
How would you take that? Would you actually take that medicine?
It is not my medication.
It isn't yours, right? So what we are doing is actually financial health and actual medical health are kind of a similar thing in terms of how we relate to them. And we need to elevate the conversation around financial health. It needs to be that specialized. It needs to be that personalized. And the way we have done is, firstly, is getting the RM to be able to understand you. That skill set is very important. Secondly, then, is to ensure that in the array of solutions that are available, to then cocktail something that is specific to you, Dennis, or to a specific client, then that array is big enough. We do not, as Standard Chartered, we say we have an open architecture in terms of the solutions we offer. Standard Chartered does not manufacture its own financial products. We partner. We bring in the BlackRock, the Franklin Templeton, Ernestine Bastine, the Amundi, Sanlam, all these financial prudential from an insurance perspective as well. We bring them in because they are expert in designing and bringing product. We demand the best. We assess them to make sure they are the best. Then once that array is there, huge array, then we say, okay, fine. We hear you, Dennis. This is what you are planning is children education, and you want the children to go to UK. This is the time frame we have. Then in your financial cocktail, we will bring this part in, this part in, and this part in. That is now for you. Then will come in and we say, what's your plan? Hi, she's talking about legacy and how she'll transfer her wealth to the next generation. Then we say, okay, fine. What we give then is for school, is to ensure that he has a plan for his children. You as his legacy. And then we pick what are the legacy solutions. And here we bring in tax partners, we bring in lawyers in. Yeah, we are partnering with lawyers, and I know in the earlier editions we've come with lawyers here to help you then structure that. So every solution is curated to meet the client need. No medicine is the same for every client.
Everyone. Yeah. Okay. So when it comes to this wealth that you want to then be able to build and manage later on, the risk then becomes an issue for a lot of people, because they say, well, I've heard horror stories of people who've put their money, their lifelong, could be savings or profits from investment that they've made, in something that goes belly up. And so now when we talk about managing wealth for tomorrow, what risk management mechanisms are in place, or that do you embrace to ensure that folks who are getting into it can be comfortable that it will actually serve them?
Yes. Thanks. When it comes to our advisory framework, the very first conversation that you have with your RM to be able to understand you is it brings out you knowing not only what you want to achieve, but as a person, what is your time horizon from an investment perspective? What is your risk appetite? And we got a tool that we call client investment profiling. What this does for you, it's a series of questions that helps you as an individual understand what exactly is my risk appetite. Based on my knowledge, what are the products that I can be able to take? Because one thing, and as you said, that you can be able to some people can be able to do. I see a return of, let's say, 20-30%. You go for it. But can you be able to take the risk? Is it within your time horizon? And when that's something that we tell clients, that when you understand yourself, you understand your risk appetite, you understand your time horizon, then the product that you take fits into that. That's really important. But also what we also do is that making money in itself is not the end piece, because if you want the wealth that you have accumulated over a given period of time to move to the next generation, you will have to protect it. And this is where the insurance become really pivotal. In this country, and we know, you probably are a sickness away from being poor. What are some of our clients doing? And part of the solution, you got your investment that you put in that needs to meet your goal. Let's say you want to send your kids to school in 10-15 years. You put your investment, either you bought bonds or funds that will be able to help you meet that goal. But what also we do is you wrap insurance around it. And some people do it in a really good way, in the sense that I take a protection out of it, insurance product out of it. I use the returns that come, let's say, from a bond to pay for that premium. In that way, you get your you got your investment running. You protected it, because life happens, and you need to make sure that the people you love are taken care of if you're not there. So it's really critical as client make the investment, is to understand yourself, understand the risk that you can be able to take, but also protection from an insurance perspective is very, very critical to protect the wealth that you're working so hard to generate.
We're talking about now is the time for you to create wealth. It is now. It's not your turn in a line. It is. We're talking about the present moment. That if you haven't, now is the time for you to start to make those decisions. And Standard Chartered, essentially really charting the course for us to be able to do that. We're going to take a break and come back and find out more of those in terms of what you can do, who you're leaving it for, what are the things that you can do as you go into that. Paul Njoki and Ouma Orero are here with us this morning, helping us walk through some of those things. We take a break. We'll be back after this. Now is your time for wealth, and that's the conversation that we're having this morning. And our guest this hour are Paul Njoki, who is the head of affluent banking and wealth products in Kenya and East Africa, and Ouma Orero, who is the head of wealth products Kenya and East Africa. We're looking at from Standard Chartered Bank, and we're looking at saying now is the time and not later. That we often do say that, don't we? That we can say, okay, just give me a little bit more time, Paul. Just let me get that promotion. I'm angling for it. Yeah. You know, I've had the conversation. They've said that my name is there. And when that happens, you know, my salary will increase by another, 50,000 shillings, whatever the case may be. And then, Paul, we can have this conversation. So can you wait for me to do that then? Just give me 6 months or so. Because with what I have now, I can't really make any extra to kind of start to put away. That's a real conversation that folks are having. So, can we wait?
What we've found from the studies and the research and talking to clients is these life goals are non-negotiable. So, please. I'm not negotiating with you, dude. It's the goals. Your goals are non-negotiable. Your children's education is non-negotiable. And really, you can say, okay, son or daughter, I know you're due for school, for college. Just wait for 1 more year as I'm trying to figure this thing out. Time for school, kid is in school. Health emergencies. I mean, like, you're not negotiating, right? And you know that, right? Retirement. Retirement.
It's coming. It's coming. Whether you like it or not.
You will negotiate, right? And really, the reason why it is now is because we know that you're going to have to make some decisions now so that then you can achieve these goals later. If you wait longer, it becomes tougher and you require more resources to be able to then still achieve those life goals. For example, if you did not plan for a child college education, and now they come with a letter, invitation to college, what do you want to do? You rush back to us. You come. You want a loan, right? Fine, we'll gladly give you the loan, right? But you see what you've done yourself now is that your retirement goal now is at risk, because instead of saving for retirement, now you're paying a loan.
Paying a loan.
Then you retire. Then what happens?
There's no income.
There's no income, and we can't give you a loan anymore.
Oh no.
So retirement indignity is threatened. So it's important to realize that we need to do it now, so that then, is a stitch in time saves 9, right?
Right.
Precisely, yeah.
See, there is the aspect of we work so very hard. Aseto, his apartment building in Kilimani, doing very well. I have a house in Migori County. I'm chilling. But all I'm looking forward is the collection of rent that I have to be in my account. It's growing fat and we are doing very well. But then again, there are the misfortunes that happen. Aseto, okay, I'm not planning to die, but we can't negotiate because it's coming, right?
It's coming, yes.
It's coming. And it's an event where you never planned around your estate and the risks that are involved in there. So in terms of Standard Chartered coming forth and making sure that I manage this and even planning together for the transfer of the same for the time that I'm not in. This is an area that people need to sit down and discuss about. And me, the estate manager, the estate owner, needs to have that conversation. Would you reckon?
Yeah. Yes. And as we said, this is one of the critical conversations that we need to have. And at Standard Chartered Bank, we are beginning to have with our clients in this moment in time. Because one of the things that research tells us that 85% of all the wealth that you make get lost by family wrangles after you are not there. And it's very important as the estate planner to put processes in place so that that doesn't happen. And we all know, we are in this country, we know of cases where that has happened. And that is why, at Standard Chartered Bank, we are bringing in professionals to have not only have conversation with yourself as the estate planner, but it's also critical to have the people you're planning for. Because you might have the best of intentions. You put your wealth together to transfer it to the next generation. But are they ready? Are they ready for it? Are they ready to take care of the wealth? Because most of the wealth that gets transferred, 90% does not reach the third generation. How do we break that curse?
Indeed.
It's important that the people that are also receiving get the kind of education to understand on how to manage this wealth so that they can build it so that it goes to the third, fourth, fifth generation. That's how wealth is created. And it's an important conversation. And for us in StanChart, we're bringing in professionals that helps you understand what you need to do. But also we are educating not only our clients, but also their dependents to really understand what is important, how when you receive it, what you need to do so that you preserve it to the next generation. It's a critical conversation for our country, for our people. The independent generation that made the wealth and created what all of us are enjoying are transitioning. It's important that those who are transitioning put in the structures, but those who are also receiving get the knowledge and understanding on how they can further build on this so that they can also transfer it into the next generation.
So I want to add something on the knowledge. So there is the wealth transfer, then there's knowledge transfer. And what are we doing now as a bank, as Standard Chartered Bank? So through our Chief Investment Office, who runs the advisory structure for us, we have a daily podcast. Daily. It's called SC Money Insight. Wow. You can get it on your favorite podcast. And what we do is every day we have a 3-minute something about what's going on. And every week we have what we call the investor tips. It's about 6 minutes to about 9 minutes. Every week. I also, Paul, I write letters to my clients. So on every Monday you'll see investor tip from me. And essentially what we are doing is we are trying to disseminate as much information and this knowledge so that we build the muscle into the general consumer, so that as they are planning for this wealth, as they are thinking about the transfer, then that knowledge transfer also is happening. So as a bank, we are resourceful. We do research both into the markets, both into consumer habits and trends. Of course, with our partners in the fund space, in the insurance space, in the legal fraternity, in the tax profession. I mean, we are a connector. We are a connector organization. We bring all this, we have all this knowledge, like the bees, and then we disseminate it to our clients. So we really look forward for our clients to register to our podcasts. With their favorite podcast, whatever they use. It's called SC Money Insights, so that they can be able to build this financial knowledge muscle. Yeah, thank you.
So, I mean, I think that's fantastically interesting, because then you see the merging of worlds whereby information is being shared in a trend that's happening around the world at the moment, again, with podcasts. Now, even as we look at some of these things, when we look at economic, I want to go through to now when you will see that there will be global falls, or there will be things that will happen that your money could then be affected. However, Paul Ouma, how will I know that I have attained wealth? How will I know that I have gotten to that place? Are we looking at the markers that will then say, if your children are at school, for example, whether it's from primary through to the university level, and you've been able to pay for that consistently and on time, if you have significant investments whereby you have, put some money in markets and you can see that they're making money here and there, and that you have a little bit to spare, that you're sure that when you retire, you're sure you can see the money that you have months that you can survive on. Would you say that you have attained wealth then?
Yeah. So remember, at the end of the day, we start by saying, what is the goals?
Yes.
So it is very easy to actually, even as a client, to say, have I actually achieved my goals? Because we set it out much earlier. That conversation with the RM, it is very clear. We go through that detail so that we make sure, is this a real goal? Yeah, you sure? Yes. So then if you're able to put your kids to school, able to have a health emergency fund, and then you're able to retire in time and in dignity. You don't have to work way past 60, right? And once you've achieved that, you can transfer something to the next generation, including knowledge to the next generation.
Yeah.
Then you could put a scorecard and say, it's working. Must you score in every single of them at every time? I don't think so, right? But if you score in most of them, then you could put a tick and say, this thing is happening. So that's number one. For us as an organization, yes, we also have a scorecard, to say how much of what we call net new money or asset under management we are actually building, meaning that's the consolidated wealth that we're actually managing for clients. In 2019, we were managing just about 19 billion shillings. 2019. Okay? Today, when I checked last, we are managing over 200 billion shillings. Actually, 235 to be precise.
For Kenya?
For Kenya. We're talking Kenya clients, individuals and businesses, small businesses, small enterprise, SMEs. Not corporates. Individuals and entrepreneurs. Over 200 billion. That is a tick. That's a tick.
I'll say.
Then we can say for sure. And we are seeing growth. Both clients who are investing in, I would say, basics investment solutions like SE Shilling, which is the money market, are getting to the bond market, and clients who are going into the mutual funds and more sophisticated solutions internationally. So we are seeing clients are actually progressively building their diversification of wealth. We are also keen, very, very keen to see that actually home ownership is also taking a center stage, because we all live somewhere. Why can't we own it? So we are facilitating that through our mortgage solutions, and the uptake of the mortgage solution is also a tick to us. We see, okay, so that's another person who's got in a house. Celebrate. That's good. Continuously. So we also having a scorecard for ourselves. We have scorecard for our RMs as well. So we are able to measure. And overall, in the overall country statistics, we are following keenly some of the statistics in terms of financial inclusion. But I also like to say, what I like to say is financial health. And I know there is a research that's done around financial inclusion, which inclusion has improved very well, it's above 70%, but wellness hasn't. And that's an area that the score hasn't been a good tick. We really have to work hard and make sure the wellness is there. And of course, from the insurance perspective, the market penetration of insurance products, and especially life insurance, it can remain sub 2%. So there are areas that we really need to work very hard, both ourselves, for the state, everyone, to come together and make sure we change those statistics. We are taking our stand as Standard Chartered. It's time for wealth, and now is
the time. Now, Honorable, you see, from the moment I walk into Standard Chartered hall, there is an RM that hears me out, that I talk to, that picks up my story and understands me, right? And then we get to a point where now these are my portfolios. This is what I'm talking about. And from the time that you're now getting your scorecard, we're celebrating, I have this new home, and a scorecard for you for the RM and for Aseto, everyone is celebrating. But from that, there is something that is very critical: trust and security. And trust and security is an area where each and every single person is concerned about. And perhaps it's an area that we need to talk about in terms of the trust and security that Standard Chartered gives me in making sure that my wealth today is protected, and that even when I'm not there in the future, it is still taken care of.
Yes. And that's really critical, because when it comes to your personal wealth, you got to, because when you're having conversation with the RM, you're pouring your heart out, your dreams, and you're talking about what you're looking to do, you got to trust that person. And the first piece is, who is that person? That RM, what's the level of training that they have, and the level of support that the RM does have. But also as an institution that in this market over 110 years, 170 years, globally, that shows that we've been able to do something right with our clients. There are markets that we are banking the fifth generation of families and be able to grow, help them grow their wealth. But also one thing that is really fundamental to us, which is our competitive advantage, which we did talk about, is the open architect. And let me just talk a little bit more on that. That the solutions that we provide to you that speaks to the goals that you did talk about, we do not manufacture. That means that if this market happens, like what's happening at the moment, and maybe it's not moving towards your goal, we can easily change course to stick to what direction that you are taking. That's really important, that we go out, partner with the best in the market, be it from an investment or an insurance perspective, that what the RM gives you is what meets your goal. And because we can easily change tact, that's really fundamentally important, because if you were that in a different way, then you will stick to what we have given you. That's really important. But also, As an institution, when it comes to ethics and the investment decision that we make, that's why when you start your investment journey, that investment profiling that helps you understand who you are is really important, so that the product that you pick speaks to yourself. That is really, really critical, so that you don't get yourself, I bought I needed to pay my fee in 1 year, but I bought a 10-year bond. You could have put it in, let's say, a Shilingi fund that gives you value beyond what you get. That's the piece which is really critical. The longevity that we have had, the level of specialists that we provide the RM with and the training, and also the way our advisory framework is that we go out and pick partners that will give you value that meets your goal. That's really critical, so that as a client, as you come in, you get what exactly is the advisory framework. That gives you that comfort and the trust that you are getting what exactly you are looking for.
I want to add only one thing. Yes. We don't lock in your investment.
Okay.
That is fundamental. And I'm just posing to let it sink. We do not lock in your investment. We don't say you have to invest for 5 years lock in, or 2 years lock in, or 1 year lock in. Because why are you locking in the investor? Why? It should be open. The investor should be, exactly. It is our job to ensure that the investment is available at whatever time we may need it. So our open architecture is beyond just the partner. It's also the time frames. It's open. We stay open. And we also show you, if you've bought a mutual fund, what is the component of that mutual fund? Which particular companies did you buy? Is it NVIDIA? Is it Tesla? Is it Facebook, Meta? What did you actually buy? If it's a bond, which bond? What is the time
So you
frame?
know exactly what is happening within your investment.
Yes. Precisely. If it's our fees and commissions, we make it public. You see what it is you're being charged. We don't have hidden fees.
Right.
So that ability is our way of ensuring that we build trust with the client, that indeed we are open. You can view us, you can question. We also deliver on the app. We show you your investment, what you purchased, when it is settled. In your portfolio, you can see it anytime. We send you monthly statement, but you can view it anytime. Of course, you don't view it every day because you may make the wrong decisions. You can buy, sell on the app. Controls. So that openness is to ensure that we are making the client realize that we are here. You can see us anytime.
So, I mean, you talked about the sophistication of, the investments that folks are starting to get into, that you didn't imagine that you would be here with your however X amount of shillings and you could actually make an investment on the open global market, and that you could sit here with a portfolio that would take in, global trends and things like that. So those are for individuals. But what kind of support then is available for folks who are in business? I have my small business of 8 people, 3 people, and we're doing something. What kind of affluent support then is available for business owners?
Yeah. So the first thing is we recognize that business owners, especially SME, drive the economy. So we also need to support them. And also the other thing we also realize, and data is showing us, that entrepreneurs are actually our clients as well. So it makes perfect sense to actually make sure that we serve them. So the solutions that are available for individuals are also available for business. Okay. So that I can tell you for a fact. Business can be able to look at the bonds market, both locally and internationally. We can be able to offer them the mutual fund, the whole range of over 200 different mutual funds globally. The insurance solutions, we have a particular one that is called Live Life. That's working very well for business owners. It's a whole of life product. That's a terminology, but it really takes care of the person in their eternity for their whole life. Okay. Very good tool for wealth transfer for business owners, entrepreneurs, and then of course the everyday banking. We're able to support them even when they want to actually finance the property on which then their business is operating, finance working capital, because business owners, part of their growing of wealth is helping them to facilitate their growth of wealth, and we also take businesses across borders. We are a connector bank. We bank businesses in Asia, in Middle East here. We bank business across Africa. So we find companies that are in Kenya that want to externalize themselves, and we connect them. We also connect our business clients with our corporate clients as suppliers and distributors. So this whole journey of creating wealth is not just about the investment solutions, but also the everyday banking solutions that actually support business owners to become creators of wealth. Yeah.
You see, at any given time, I'm an SME, I have my money here, I'm doing well, I get it. I start doing my research on Google, and they say doctors advise you to never prescribe yourself on Google because you'll end up getting even more sicker, right? Yeah. But here is a situation where I want to make a financial decision, but I don't know where to go. I don't know what to make because it is overwhelming in an ilemea. So how do we optimize on proper financial decision when it comes to wealth?
Okay. When it comes to wealth and making the decision, this is because when it comes to your money and you want to do the investment, there's a lot of emotions involved in that, and we all do have that, and that's why even for myself, when I want to make an investment, I speak to my RM. Because they see me in a way that I don't see myself, and in that way they help me make that decision. And one of the things that we do, and given our not only the advisory framework, the information that comes out of the Chief Investment Office helps guide the decisions that I make and the investments that I do put. So it's very critical to do that. And then one of the things that we look at from the advisory framework perspective is that when you speak to URM and you put your goals and things change, you have that conversation because life changes. Who you are now is not who you were 5 years ago. Goals also do change. Things happen and you change your goal. You make sure that you keep on having that conversation. And that helps you be able to put everything in perspective so that the decisions that you make going forward is what actually meets the goals that you are looking at. So that's really critical. You don't really need to advise it. So from a decision in perspective, you have a conversation. Then the execution piece is we have everything on the app that you can easily be able to execute. But it's really critical to have that conversation with your RM so that you bounce off the ideas that you have, so that the decision that you make really speaks to the goals that you have. Yeah.
So, I mean, even as we do, then the question for a lot of people, and I think it's rung through a thread, is that, okay, so at the place where I am now, whereby you think that, if you've made a mistake here or there and maybe your wealth or your approaches have not been the best, where can you actually start from? From where you are? Do I need to make sure that, okay, maybe I get myself in order before then I come and say, okay, Standard Chartered, what can I do? How do you start the process?
Yeah, I think that you start now and where you are, and the way to start is to if you have an RM, call your RM, talk to your RM. If you don't, you can write to us at wealth.kenya@se.com, wealth.kenya@se.com, and we'll pick that. We will help you if you're new to the bank. We'll onboard you. We'll help you with somebody to help you onboard. Of course, we have a digital way of onboarding, but we'll also help you advise you through so that then we end up in the right space. But then, from an investment perspective, the best way is to tell the story. Share the story with the RM. Just speak free flow, free format without no need to bring any papers. Just speak. Because it's when you do that, because the life goals actually comes out. Because it's part of you. It's part of you. They just come out. You say, actually, I'm just thinking my daughter is 3 years, and some of the goals I have, or some of the things I'm thinking is if I can be able to educate them, in the UK and all that, and 3 years, 3 years to 15, that's true, 12 years
they're already
out
doing
there.
the calculation.
They're just doing, and then of course they can see you and say, what's his job? Okay, so and they can say, okay, this guy is likely to retire in the next 10 years. So those things are there, and they will prompt you with the questions like, what are you thinking about your retirement? And then you say, you know what? Actually, I want to retire in a small, nice island in the Maldives.
Okay.
So the idea is, so you build that story, then it gets structured. And that's why we have the support team, the investment advisor, insurance specialist, mortgage specialist, because those conversations can lead in a different direction, and the RM needs to have somebody to back their advisory or what they are discussing with you, so that it's backed with actual facts. So they'll say, okay, I've met a client, they are looking to own a home in this area. Mortgage specialists come here. Let's structure this thing together. So then they come to you and say, this is what we have. What do you think about it? So start now, start where you are. Don't be too scripted. Just talk. Yeah, just talk. That's all.
And that's where you start, essentially. Look, we are also looking at different areas whereby, and I just wanted to go back to one issue of then release of this wealth onto the next generation and then just passing over your assets. When it's too young or too old for you to start to let, because there are children involved here, and usually the passing on of wealth is to your children. When do you start to let them know about practices that they can get involved in? Because we're dealing with a primary practitioner here, and that's you. But you need to bring somebody else into the fold at some point and give them the information. When and how do you start to do that?
Yeah. So what we've seen and what we do and what we advise some of our clients when we're having some of this session, just bring them along. I've had parents bringing us 10, 12-year-olds because they need to understand how they relate with money, how they relate with wealth. And that's where the passing of the knowledge starts coming in, so that as they grow older, the decisions that they make are a little bit more structured. But also as you make these decisions, because let's say at this moment your kids are 10, and where you are, you start the process, you put the wheels and the trust in place. 5-10 years, things change, then you review that. It's always good to bring them along. And because in some of the cases that we have seen in most of the market, you get life happens. But we only knew about the house where you are now. There are 3-5 more things that you had that you did not put in place. So it's always advisable to bring everybody in place so that they get the knowledge and understanding, and that helps so that when you are able, you reach that time that you're making the transfer, it becomes easier, and it also reduces some of the wrangles that happens. That really takes out, as they say earlier, 85% of the wealth that you made evaporates because of those wrangles. When you start early and you make everybody have that understanding, you reduce some of those frictions that do eventually take place.
Yes,
as they can choose what they want to wear.
There you go.
They're already making choices.
Dad, I want the blue shirt and not the green one. That's the time you start having these conversations with them. I love to hear it. And it's now. It's now. That's been our word for the hour for sure. And to be able to have these conversations, I think it's absolutely important. Paul Njoki, Head of Affluent Banking and Wealth Management Products, Kenya and East Africa, and Auma Orero, who is Head of Wealth Products, Kenya and East Africa from Standard Chartered. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thanks.
Definitely worth having conversations. Asante.
Thank you.
It's 9 a.m.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The man detectives describe as a person of interest in the ongoing investigation into the murder of Kasipul MP Ongondo Were has denied any involvement. Philip Okoh was speaking on Wednesday when he surrendered to detectives at the DCI headquarters. The DCI had issued a public appeal for him to immediately surrender to the nearest police station. Okoh, who insisted that he had nothing to do with Were's murder, said he would cooperate with the investigators.
The people of Homa Bay County, that the politics in that county has been turned into madness. It is not politics, it is thuggery. And I saw the governor pushing so much for me to be called here. She's even making calls to the police for me to be called here to make a statement. She has achieved it now. But if she has something that she's sure about, then she has to prove.
Okoh's lawyer Dunstan Omari termed the DCI's decision to ask him to surrender to the police as a diversionary tactic.
My client Philip, his phone has been on. He has been doing his business. My client has nothing to hide. If there is no way the DCI can say, but they are looking for Philip. He's available. I'm with him. In less than 20 minutes, I shall be taking him to the DCI Igiri office for him to report. This is a law-abiding citizen. And as you can mark it, this is a diversionary issue, so that the death of the member of parliament is taken to Kaspurka Bondo, not in Nairobi.
Omari speaking before Okoh surrendered to the DCI. Meanwhile, Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen has confirmed that investigators have implicated Were's close associates.
We have made very significant progress in arresting the perpetrators and their collaborators, and it will shock you to note that this is a very heinous crime that was done in a very cavalier manner, involving people that ordinarily some should have taken good care of the interests of the Member of Parliament.
4 suspects have been arrested in connection with the murder, with the police having recovered what they believe to be the murder weapon. Matayos MP Geoffrey Odanga has called on secondary school heads in the constituency to release certificates withheld from students due to fee arrears as instructed by Education CS Julius Ogamba in March. Odanga claimed that some school heads have not adhered to Ogamba's directive.
Mtoto yoyote ambaye certificate yake iko kwa shule in Matayos aenda achukue, there should be no condition. Mwalimu yeyote akiwasumbua kuchukua certificate mniambie tu, tutaenda na kuichukua, kwa sababu hiyo certificate si ya shule, hiyo certificate ni ya Kenya National Examinations Council na ililipiwa na serikali. Na kwa kulilisanya tena muende huko na kiburi wawape certificate za watoto.
A section of youth with disabilities in Kisumu County have strongly opposed ODM National Chairperson Gladys Wanga's recent remarks that Nyanza region is an ODM zone. They've announced their intention to join the Justice and Freedom Party led by Reuben Kigame. Led by Wycliffe Olo, the youth who spoke in Kisumu City said they'll promote the party in Nyanza.
The policy of Honorable Reuben Kigame is to empower youths and to give youth full support. So we give him full support because what he entails and his philosophy is what, as the youths, we agree with. And so we come here as youths of Nyanza region, of Justice and Freedom Party, and we are behind our party, Justice and Freedom Party, and we are behind our presidential aspirant Reuben Kigame.
South African firebrand opposition politician Julius Malema says he's been denied a visa to attend a conference in the UK on Saturday. Malema said the UK had no substantial justification for its decision and he saw it as an attempt to silence a dissenting political perspective. In a leaked letter to Malema's deputy, the UK High Commissioner to South Africa said the Home Office had been unable to process his visa application in time for his trip. Malema, the leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters Party, is a fierce critic of what he sees as Western imperialism and also advocates the nationalization of white-owned land in South Africa. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. Traffic.
All right, taking a look at what's happening with traffic this morning. It's been a busy one, and as you're coming off of the Thika Superhighway, that still continues getting towards Survey, but all manageable right about now. Now contained to just before the Pangani underpass. Traffic coming off of Kiambu Road has whittled down to almost nothing, so okay. Ngong Road not looking too bad getting into the city, and Aerodrome Road still has some traffic as you touch then on Uhuru Highway. There is traffic on Jogo Road, but again, reduced significantly, and coming off of the Eastern Bypass, it looks good as well. We're going to keep an eye on all of this as we get out of traffic hours sooner rather than later, and then we'll talk and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room. It is 7 minutes after 9 o'clock. Very good morning to you. Into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Thursday, getting off of certain things that you can do when it comes to your wealth and something for us to keep note of. Something else that we need to keep note of as we come towards that day. How do you think that the woman, how do you thank the woman who gave you everything? Who cheers you on even when you failed? Who gives you the best advice and somehow always knows when you need a snack or a hug? Well, this Mother's Day, Woolworths wants to help you say thank you. If you don't know how to say it, we'll show you how to do it in the most thoughtful way. With 30% off women's knitwear and sleepwear available until May the 11th. If your mom's the type who loves classic style, cozy nights in, or both, you're in luck. Woolworths has handpicked pieces that feel as good as they look. Think soft textures, neutral tones, and that signature Woolies quality that she will love for years to come. So whether you're shopping early or racing to find the perfect last minute gift, just head to Woolies and pick out something that she'll actually use, love, and maybe brag about to her friends, because mums deserve nothing less than the best. Woolworths, the difference. And that's what we want you to do. Remember, before the 11th of May, run to any Woolworth around, and then you can make sure that you do that for mum this year. We're getting into a conversation around supporting the youth agenda, and our guest this hour is in the hot seat. She's here. The very tall Senator for nominated Senator Karen Nyamu is our guest this hour, and she's in the hot seat. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Mdu, and good morning, Dennis.
How are you?
I'm very good.
Karibu sana.
Mdu, you must tell the audience that we actually went to university together. We were in the same master's class.
Mm-hmm.
Did you think that you'd end up in media? Oh, not.
Did you think that you would end up as a senator?
Not really. Not at that point.
At that point, no. Yeah. Actually, so one of the classes that we were in was a master's class in international relations, and that was interesting. So we must at least say that. So there were many nights of long books.
I know, a lot of studying and rigorous international relations program.
Indeed. And here we are having a conversation across the table about supporting a youth agenda when it comes to the political sphere. So we want to say thank you and welcome for coming. There are many a conversation to be had around, what can be done and what should be done, and what side of, this entire conversation and discourse you sit. But before we do that, let's welcome you to the Situation Room with today's proverb. Dennis will tell you which country we are in. And I also know that your first degree is a law degree.
Yes.
So you often interpret things. So in this case, that you will interpret the proverb for us and tell us what you think about it.
Okay.
All right.
So today we are in a country from the northern part of Africa, the Maghreb region. To be specific, Tunisia, whose capital is Tunis. Now we're talking about a country that has around 12 million people. And great thing about it is the fact that they got independence from the French, so they speak Arabic and French as well. But things that stand out with it and is the fact that there are some scenes of Star Wars that was shot in that country. They have beautiful souks, which are there are markets where people go to just have fun, enjoy what Tunisia is made about. And our proverb today, a lazy one who sleeps well pays the price. A lazy one who sleeps well pays the price. How would you interpret that?
I think it just basically means that a comfort zone is poisonous, that you have to pay for a price for comfort. And that when you're lazy, it means you're not productive and you miss out on what you'd be doing if you are busy.
Well put.
Need to be doing something. That's for sure.
You should do something.
Oh, great. The interpretation works. So even as we get into this, today we're looking at supporting the youth agenda. There have been conversations let's look intensely at the last 1 year, whereby there has been a desperate call to have a younger representation, probably in the majority, in how things are done when it comes to governance and leadership. First of all, your perspective, as indeed, yes, a young leader in the country today, nominated or not, still a leader. And the question is, What is your thought, or where is your thinking around what the youth agenda must comprise of, and then what it must go towards when it leads towards governance?
Thank you, Ndu. A good question indeed, because thinking about it, youth are comprised of 75% of the country, and that's when we say youth in the country, it's interpreted as persons under 35 years. They are the majority in the country. But when you look at representation, it does not reflect. We know there are steps in affirmative action that have led to affirmative action seats for women. But when you look at the youth have one seat in the National Assembly, a nominated seat. Women have more. In the Senate, women have 16 seats. Youth have one seat. And these are affirmative action seats. And that goes to show how not seriously we take the young people of this country. The writers of the Constitution saw it best to have only one seat in the National Assembly to represent an entire 75% of this population. If you look at the affirmative action also in the executive sphere, the ministries and government departments, you don't really see that strong youth representation. Is it that we do not have able or qualified youth? Far from it, because we know currently the Gen Z happen to be one of the most woke generations of our time. They are the most educated, they are asking questions, and at this point I would want to urge them to get into this leadership space. Of course, it looks like there are so many barriers to get into this space. There is the financial bit of it. Of course, it's not easy, it's very tough. But I encourage them to get there, because social media will not cut it. It's not enough. Criticizing the government and those nasty comments that you make against the government are not a solution and are not having any impact in governance. We want the youth to go out there and go for elective positions.
Where should they go? How should they do it?
The first step is to get into a political party, because those are the systems we have in the country. That's the way of getting into leadership in this country. They are the vehicles, how you get into leadership. Identify a political party that has the ideology that you identify with or you support, and get in there, participate, and have a voice in the country, because it is very important that youth affairs are managed by young people.
So we live in a country where you mentioned the Gen Z being a crop of the young people in the country who are most woke. And yet again, we also know the Gen Zs have spoken. A lot has been said about them. The calls for the Finance Bill 2024, the conversations around that. We all know how that went down. But there is a feeling that the political class there is not listening to the young people of the country and the agenda that they present. So what will it take for the political class to finally listen to the youth of this country and the agenda and the issues that they raise?
Well, it is true that to some point the political class was not listening to the youth. But the extent to which this ignoring the youth took this country last year in June has forced us to listen and to factor them, to factor the youth in governance. If you look at the Finance Bill 2025 proposal that was passed in Cabinet, for example, and that is being prepared to go to the National Assembly, you see a big difference in dispatch from what we had last year. The government has proposed no new taxes this year, and the government is focusing on reining in on the existing taxes and maximizing on them. There's what you call the tax return cartels. You file for taxes, then you claim returns. I mean, it's a huge cartel that is robbing government money. There's the crackdown to ensure that the tax evasions and tax avoidance is reducing and being eliminated altogether. And so that is an indication that we actually listen. As much as we have a very ambitious president who wants to accelerate everything, who wants to do everything very quickly, he has had to slow down and sort of go in the same tempo with the citizenry, because Kenyans have said it loud and clear. They do not want to pay more taxes. And we, as much as we are ambitious, we want to implement this, we want to implement the other. We have to go at a pace that the Kenyan can take.
One of the big things that young people ask for is jobs. Very clear that while we know that the job of government is not to provide jobs, but that to create a conducive environment where jobs can be created. Now, this conducive environment is what we see, unfortunately, is not being created. What we do see is that there is a small cabal of people who get these jobs to the tune of being paid almost 60 billion shillings in a year, whereby there are, like you said, 75% of the population, and a majority of that population is begging, just give us a job. Just the other day, we have issues where, and it's not just young people, younger and older people trying to leave the country to get jobs outside, and even then paying money and not being able to go. So we don't see that appetite. We don't see that desire. We don't see that establishment of even getting young people work to do, or creating a conducive environment where that can happen, or where business can thrive. How do we point ourselves in the direction to actually see this happening when we see 20 advisors, for example, earning 60 billion shillings in a year, whereby capitation for young people has not been sent to schools? How do we make that connect, Senator?
No, I think the focus, when you ask that question, your focus is not in the right place.
Where should it be?
How we come about creating employment. First of all, right from the education system. We have an education system that does not prepare our young people for the job market. We do a lot of theory, and there's a mismatch with the skill and the demands at the workplace. As much as every year, between 500,000 and 800,000 youth are getting into the job market from the different institutions, tertiary institutions, the universities, the colleges, the TVETs. They're all looking for employment. It's not possible to employ our young people. And I want to fault our education system because it prepares our students to be job seekers once they complete school, as opposed to preparing them to create employment. We don't have an entrepreneurial culture. We have a culture where we just want to be employed. And that creates even an underemployment, because you see you have a degree and you're driving a matatu because you believe in employment. Well, you could put that degree to good use, creating employment for your fellow youth.
So what needs to happen in order for that employment to take place?
What needs
that business acumen, that entrepreneurship?
We need to radically change our education system.
And whose responsibility is that?
The Ministry of Education, of course.
Under the who? The government? Led by?
Oh, please.
Who
it is obvious.
The ministry? Oh, okay. I need you to be able to say it so that we know where we are.
I don't think we are here to put blames on anyone. Yeah, it's true. We need to have radical changes. China has done it. Our youth is a resource and a major resource. And Kenya is actually one of the countries whose labor force is actually on demand outside other countries. We have put the country in the map in that way because for some reason our skill and maybe discipline and acumen is actually on demand globally.
You see, we're talking at a time when, because you speak of a youth whose skill is in demand out there. But then, and at the same breath, you say our education system has not created a youth who have a skill, a youth who are not ready for employment, a youth who do not create employment. But that aside, during the election period, there is a promise that the leadership that went with, that we will create 1 million jobs for the young people once we get government, right? And there has been the talk of, okay, fine, affordable housing and jobs created and whatnot. But then, if it is impossible to create all this employment, there is need for the government to create conducive environment for jobs to be created. And one of the ways to do that is to cut the government bureaucracies, reduce, say, energy prices. But on the other hand, you find that bureaucracies continue to increase. It comes to stuff like power continues to increase. Then how is the government failing to address these issues that need to be addressed to hence create employment for the young people of this country?
One of the approaches that the government has taken is to equip the youth with skills that match the workforce demands. Mm-hmm. The TVET, our institutions, the technical, vocational training, the government is really voting for that. And we have youth who are being encouraged to take this technical training as opposed to the traditional education, which is a very good thing because it also creates social balance for even the youth who could not be able to pursue the traditional education as we know it, the BComs, the law, the medicine. So it creates kind of a social balance. Another thing that the government is doing to create environment is a youth enterprise fund. I don't know if you know about it. It is very instrumental in facilitating young Kenyans to have access in opportunities that are found outside this country. Because, you know, there are barriers. There are financial barriers. There's a youth in the village who would never dream of having to work in Qatar or Dubai, for example. But here is a fund where it advances 300,000 shillings per youth, interest-free, to cover the essential expenses, the air ticket
outside the country.
Yes.
Okay.
The air ticket, the medical expenses, and the visa processing. This fund is also advanced to youth in groups to start business. Of course, there's a high default rate of this fund, and that goes to emphasize my point that we lack entrepreneurial culture. So the government should embark on a mentorship program where the youth who have already completed school, because they're not going to go back to school to learn entrepreneurship, right from when you get this fund, before you can access it, have training, go through how to run a successful business. I mean, because the youth of this country are obsessed, so to speak, with quick riches. And that's where you see they have gotten into gambling, which is another silent epidemic that's happening to our youth.
Yeah. Some would say that what you see is an output or a symptom of a deeper problem. That when we speak about things like alcoholism and we talk about drug abuse and things like that, those are symptoms of another problem. That it goes back to that I don't have anything to do, and that is why I go in this direction. But when you keep saying, Senator, that, you know, the government, I actually agree with you. I actually do agree with you that the government must do 1, 2, 3. But it would appear as though a lot of time and effort and money and resources are spent on paying attention to the things that essentially will not move this country forward. When we talk about saying things like, again, I'm going to go back to the advisors. Yesterday, we had a conversation with the CS, Ministry of Labour and Social Protection. And we're talking about people who've paid money and are not able to go where they said that they were going to go. We're talking about a huge bulge that is waiting and saying, what can I do? The jobs, and I think it's okay that if you can create an environment where people are able to go outside and get the jobs which they cannot get here, but if we're also saying that we then need to make sure that certain things are happening in country but are not happening, we join the bandwagon of saying the government must. So why is government not doing that? We spend a lot of time politicking. Why is it not doing?
You know, the government depends on an economy. When the economy is thriving, the government will rely on a vibrant economy to create employment. And that's why you're right when you say the government's role is to create that enabling environment. But you see, some of the times creating this enabling environment comes with regulations that Kenyans, something is happening to Kenyans. They resist change. Kenyans resist change. And we have seen that in the recent past. I don't think we've had a president who's come in and made changes, NHIF to SHA.
That don't work.
That don't work.
SHA is working. Let's not. Okay, it had teething problems. But at the moment, you will agree with me that the story is different. A lot has changed, a lot of improvement, and a lot of silence in that corner. The hue and cry and the decibels about SHA have gone down, and you as media must appreciate that. When it comes, going back to the issue of unemployment.
No, you were saying that there's a president now who is making changes like we've never seen before that are actually going to affect people. Beyond SHA, what else are we talking about?
There's the funding model, the university funding model that also brought resistance. There's
Senator, that's an absolute flop. I mean, we can't even start to say that, that has worked.
You do not appreciate the rationale behind that, the model. Because it's not a model that Kenyans was tailored by Kenyans. It is a model that is working elsewhere. And there are other countries also who have done benchmarking in Kenya and actually think it's an excellent model. But as you say, it's a flop. That means Kenyans resist change.
Who's in charge of implementing the university funding model?
The ministry.
The ministry. And with regard to that funding model, what are some of the issues that are being raised by the young people with regard to that funding model?
You see, with that funding model, it first finds out your background. There's a questionnaire so that they can understand what kind of homestead are you coming from, what kind of parents, what is their income. And so there's maybe misplacement, maybe a poor child has been placed in a category that is not theirs. So right from that point, we need to streamline how we cluster our university students. But that does not mean that we throw away the baby with the bathwater. We need, just like SHA, which was very problematic in the beginning, but right now the noise has gone down. And in the fullness of time, we will all be SHA ambassadors. In our own right, including yourselves.
Okay. This is an aspirational call, proclamation here. I want to go to what happens when young people then actually do get into leadership positions, as opposed to then being, essentially, cheerers on or cheerleaders for the executive. What happens that when you actually do see things that are not going as they should, pointing them out as opposed to continuing to cheer on?
A political party is like a family.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes, it is, because we believe in the same ideology. And if I'm wrong, for example, if a certain minister is not doing, or a CS, is doing what I think he could do better or is on the wrong direction, I don't have to criticize him in the public. And so the same case applies to the president.
Is there a problem in criticizing them in public, though?
It is just like criticizing your father in public. I mean, you can correct him. It doesn't mean that your point will not be made.
You as the members of the political party, not the public.
The public.
The public are not in this family. Yes. The political parties.
Yes, I'm talking about us, the young leaders, because you expect us to go out there and make statements against the government and our boss. And that's not the right channel. That's not how to do it. We do it a lot, but on the right forum.
Does it yield or bear any fruit?
A lot.
What, like so?
No, I cannot say that without disclosing.
Well, look, here we are in a situation, Senator, where we are saying, for example, we can see that this funding model is not working, that there was a presidential working party on education reforms that went around the country, and that there were certain things that they did. They compiled a report, and yet we have 800,000, by your own admission, students who go into university every year. who are ready for university, but we only have about a quarter of that going into university, and that they still cannot fund their university education because 1, 2, 3 we see is wrong. The whole issue becomes politicized. And what you're telling me is that you can actually go and say, you know what, guys, this is not working. Can we see a turnaround of these things? Do we actually see that somebody says, you see, yes, I see what you've said, and we're actually going to make this change? Do we see that?
I'm sure you have seen a progressive changes here and there, but the intention and the model, the original model, will not change because it is well intended and it has outcomes that are anticipated by it. It is well thought out already, and it should work.
Even when the implementation of it is failing, how then do we fix that?
The implementation is getting fixed as we get feedback. As we go, you get this feedback, and it's fixed. But I don't think we have exhausted the issue of unemployment in this country.
No, we haven't. In fact, I want us to take a break and we're going to come back and look at it because it is one of the issues that affects young people to the hilts, and they're saying, okay, look, at the very least, see if you can fix that. So we'll come back from this break and we'll look into that in more detail. Senator Karen Nyamu is our guest this hour, and we're looking into supporting the youth agenda in the country at 27 minutes to 10. We come back after this. It's 24 minutes to 10, and we continue our conversation this morning with Senator Karen Nyamu. And just we went to the break, looking at exhausting this issue of youth unemployment in the country, and saying that what can actually be done. I mean, let's be real. What can actually be done where you have a bulging population of 75% of the country? That's, it's well above 30 million people who are depending on an environment to provide jobs, but there seem to be certain things that take the priority, or that there seems to be certain things that are not done. I'm curious as to your thoughts to that, because that's one of the things that people say, well, if you can't go in there and change some of those things, then, what do we do?
The government is very keen on making the manufacturing industry a very vibrant in this country. And we have projections where the textiles and apparel are projected to actually employ 200,000 youth if implemented. And the incentives are there. We have agreements already and deals that the president made in China in his recent visit. We have the leather industry that have the potential of employing 50,000 youth. We have the SMEs, and that includes even in the agricultural sector, that has potential of employing over 100,000 youth. At the same time, we want our youth to not to think outside of white collar jobs. It's not easy. If you in this country, if a young person is begging you for a job, and you even make a suggestion that they can actually start a business and employ fellow youth, then you will hear excuse after excuse. There's excuse of capital, there's excuse of all manner of excuses.
But are those excuses or are those realities? When you talk about capital, for example.
Do you know, and if you've had stories from successful business people, how they started, they didn't start with. In fact, one of the surest way to fail in entrepreneurship is starting with everything right. Because you need to learn lessons as you go. I'm an entrepreneur myself, and there's nothing that can prepare you for entrepreneurship in a classroom. You have to go out there and start small and build the resilience as you go. And so I still insist on instilling that culture on our young people. Our youth even make memes about motivation. They laugh at people who say they started the business small, and they say, okay, so I'm a chicken farmer, I started with a feather. Or because they think it's hilarious and they think it's a joke. But this issue is not to be taken lightly, because it's having counter effects on our young people. And the coping mechanisms of unemployment that the youth are taking up, including the abuse of substance, gambling, as I referred to earlier, in our slums here in Nairobi, our informal settlements, you will not walk 10 steps before you find a gaming store. Aviator has become a crazy addiction for our youth. And you see, they go into it thinking that they're going to make a quick buck. And what you go into as casual and leisurely ends up being an addiction that your life actually is falling apart. Families are falling apart because of gambling. The addiction is so bad that we have gambling related suicides in the country. And I read somewhere that out of 20 gambling suicides that happen in East Africa, Kenyans are actually 12, which is very serious. I don't know how we got here. And the statistics show that in Africa, Kenya comes third after South Africa and Nigeria in gambling. Is it because our laws are so lax? And sometimes you cannot blame us, because, for example, last year, let me talk about the projection this year. Gambling is said to be projected to have revenues of $1.2 billion to the country. I mean, such kind of revenues are irresistible. There are better options than going to borrow that we
exactly, and I think that's the point. That's the environment that we talk about that has not been created, and so this is an almost easy escape for a lot of people who don't have an option.
And if you look at the regulations that we put forward, we had the gambling regulation bill in the Senate last year, and we are so keen in regulating the revenues, making sure that everyone is licensed so that they can pay. Everyone is operating like in a certain way so that we reap maximum. But what about our people? What about our youth? Is it worth it losing even a single life from gambling? Is that money worth it? Is the $1.2 billion projections for 2025, are they worth losing one Kenyan youth? Those are questions, of course, that we need to debate.
Okay. Yeah, so we talk about gambling and unemployment leading Kenyan youth into gambling. But then again, let us go back to matters to do with creating a proper environment for entrepreneurs to thrive in this country. And with this comes in place how easy it is for young people out there to register their businesses. And one would argue it is not as walk in, walk out and your business is registered. Then we go forward to issues to do with access to fund. You talk about youth empowerment fund, yeah. But then again, how do you go through the system and bureaucracies for you to be able to get that? But then again, there is also just going to financial institutions to get loans. But that is difficult as it stands because the government itself is borrowing from local lenders, which is making it even harder for the young people who want to be entrepreneurs themselves. And one would hope that the leadership, the senators, yourself, would be able to walk in during the finance bill that you're talking about to make it difficult for the government to borrow locally. But we're not seeing that happen. Why is that the case?
I know that the Companies Act 2005 made it very easy for someone. You can actually register your own company right from your phone. Previously, we had to use a lawyer to file all these documents. These days, from your e-citizen platform, you can fill a number of forms and wait a number of days, make your payments, and have a company registered. We have also laws that ensure that 30% of government business, and that is tenders, is going to the young people, women, and the people living with disabilities. And I remember last year I tasked the ministry, the National Treasury, to give us statistics to show us how many youth are benefiting from this law.
How they?
Because we know that there are unscrupulous dealers who register companies using young people, using women, and end up getting this quota that belongs to our young people.
Has the ministry given you the statistic, and what does it say?
You know, what the ministry gave us feedback, but what the ministry gave us is what is already existent on the documentation, because they will not go to establish the physical person, or do they run this business or not. So it's also very difficult to get the culprits, but we keep pushing that this law is implemented at county level, at national level, that our young people are getting the 30% of government business.
How are you pushing to ensure that it is implemented actually? Because you sit in a house that is to oversight, is to ensure that these things are done. So how are you ensuring that the legislation, the acts of parliament are actually implemented to the truth?
When I tasked the ministry and the National Treasury with these statistics, they give us the numbers, how are youth benefiting from this law? It was through a committee of the Senate that is tasked with dealing all matters financial and all this government business. And so they are the ones who are tasked in ensuring and following up to make sure that this is happening. Of course, I don't sit in that committee. I sit in a different committee, but I'm very sure that they're doing the job.
What is possible for people to hold on to in terms of hope? Because we straddle a position that is political and it's also government here, where we talk about this environment that must be created, because we can talk about it for days. I am sure that today, if you deal with a situation whereby a young person finishing at whatever level, whether we're saying the TVET level, finishing at the university level, is granted an opportunity because of this environment to start a business or to get into a job, and that at least the opportunity is guaranteed. What they do with it thereafter is entirely up to them. But if the opportunity then has been granted to them, I am sure that that person would offer you their allegiance for as long as they were alive. But if we don't see that kind of situation happening, guess what? That fuels the situation whereby you mentioned some of the things where you talk about the criticism. Where do you think it comes from? The constant barrage that we see, it's coming from a place where Kenya's population is upset because these things that should be done as per responsibility are not happening. And then on top of that, the political sways that we see are pushing people in a certain direction. That's where it's coming from. It's not because people are bored and they don't have anything to do in their house with the computer. It's because people are frustrated over things that they said were told that could happen or would happen, and then they're not happening.
What's happening in Kenya is not unique. You know, Kenya happens to be experiencing a youth bulge, and that happens when a certain demographic, which in our case is the youth, is in the majority. Is in the majority by far. And like I mentioned before, it's a resource. It depends on how a country makes use of it. And the president has said time and time again that he's going to stop at nothing to ensure that the youth are equipped with skills, which is a starting point. You cannot create employments employment, however number of employments you want to create, and the youth do not match the skills demand. For example, our TVETs, the government is very keen to fund and to expand the TVETs in our country because, and I keep on referring to the export of labor, where even Dr. Alfred Mutua has committed to creating 1 million jobs annually. We know 300 have left for Qatar. 300,000 or 300 have left for Qatar. Others are supposed to go to Germany. The German market, the labor market and for Kenya is insatiable. But we have a gap because our Kenyan youth, our Kenyan nurses, our Kenyan ECD teachers do not have proficiency in the language, which is a requirement before you can step foot in Germany. So we have this huge demand in Germany and the European countries, where they really want our labor, but we have a skills gap where we do not have the language proficiency, and that's why language is being introduced in the TVET as we speak. They're teaching German language, French language, and other language, Arabic, to prepare our youth for what is being in demand out there.
Is there possibility of the government to come up with, to rather implement its goal on manufacturing in the country, so that the skills that we are exporting can work for Kenyan factories back at home?
I think the recent visit or tour by the president in China had several big wins, because some of the agreements he signed are creating direct employment. We have the textile and apparel, like I mentioned. I think employing, was it 7,000? There is the blue economy in Mombasa, the deal that he signed towards that, promises of 30,000 jobs. And so I think we are taking steps in the right direction, but our economy is growing kind of slow. We need to, because it's the economic growth is commensurate with jobs. We already know that. So, baby steps.
You had actually mentioned something to do with our funding model and places that it has been copied from, rather, where we've picked it from. And some of the countries, just to mention, that have used that funding model, we talk about South Africa, we talk about Germany, we talk about Australia. And if you look at their education and how it has been structured, how it is working, and the successes there be, it is working. Back home, we've picked that, copy-pasted, but the problem is in the implementation of this funding model, right? And it's a funding model that is affecting millions of Kenyans who are accessing education. As a senator, a young senator, always championing for the youth, what are some of the initiatives you as a leader are doing together with the government that you serve in to ensure that the teething problems you talk about are sorted out, so that young people are able to access the quality education they have, they're able to get into entrepreneurship through assist by the government, so that the government itself comes full circle and ensure that there are opportunities, whether outside or inside, and that it is cutthroat being done and implemented well?
I think we must not lose focus. Why in the first place we came up with such a model. This model is founded on the bottom-up economy, the better that this government got elected on that platform. And it goes to ensure that poor families are not missing out on an education. At the same time, that the government is not burdened to pay for rich students, so to speak. If I can afford, why should I strain the government to pay for my child while a poor parent who has to meet the gap that comes about by government funding everyone equally, while they can be funded up to almost 100% and I pay almost nothing? We must not lose focus to that. And to me, that is a game changer. And we have to appreciate that, first of all, before we even start to criticize, because all these teething problems, as I keep calling them, they are neither here nor there. And as they get identified, they get fixed.
How do you think that Kenyans ought to register their frustration or their displeasure with things going left or south?
I think the law is very clear. We have picketing, even maandamano, as you call it here in Kenya, is legally provided for.
Really?
But
please, go ahead.
Yes, in the Constitution. And there are ways to do it. The law governs how this activity should be undertaken.
So you agree with protests?
Definitely, it's a legal way of expressing yourself.
Yes.
Yes, I do.
So the protest that took place last year against some of these things that we've mentioned this morning, that saw quite a number of young people killed, and that refusal to even allow them in the streets, you believe that that was an all right way to then be able to register the displeasure with some of the, many would call them even draconian laws in the finance bill, or draconian authoritative or authoritarian laws that were being brought about, or behavior of government. Do you think that it was an acceptable manner of registering that displeasure?
What happened last year it was complex. There was a genuine young people who mobilized themselves on social media, and they were actually aggrieved. And at the same time, there was political underplays in the background that some innocent youth were oblivious about. They did not know that there are people who are paying influencers in this country to to mobilize people on political lines. You know, I don't want to name them, but we knew the people who are being used politically to mobilize the youth. So the youth came out very authentic, very spontaneous, against some of the things that were non-existent in the finance bill. Things they came up with, that we're going to tax bread. There's all this manner of things that they were claiming that was not actually in the finance bill. So politicians took advantage of the anger wave, and that's why you saw this mixed police handling youth differently. There was a criminal aspect, and you had to protect the rights of the people who are genuinely protesting. At the same time, you had to rein in on the criminals. And it is unfortunate that we lost young people. Those are incidences that will always form a reference point in this country that we should never go back to. But in these things, it's a really difficult balance, and I don't want to be in the shoes of police during such
as we talk about the protests that happened and the killings that we saw outside Parliament, it has taken more than a year for any answers with regard to what happened outside Parliament, and we would tie that with what we actually saw recently, where the late MP was shot dead, and we've seen the pace with which investigations have taken place. Kenyans are saying there seems to be Kenyans who are more important in the society when it comes to the dispensation of justice. Where do you stand? What's your comment on that?
I maintain that it was quite unfortunate that we lost innocent youth. I do not think the ones who lost their lives were actually the people who the police intended to rein in on. Because, yes, there was a criminal aspect, but the people who because there's Rex. I know some names. I know some individuals who got caught up in this, and those were just innocent young people who were voicing their dissent, protesting against what they thought was draconian law, and they ended up losing their lives. And I will maintain that was very, very unfortunate.
And the investigations are the same? Should it take that long?
I know that there's investigations that were done and some police were released from the force, or they're facing charges.
Transferred, or, some facing
I know
charges.
one in Nairobi in the CBD that actually got charged. The one who was caught on camera actually shooting a young man, although that young man did not die. So, also there are laws protecting police when they are on the line of duty. And
there
that
are laws protecting Kenyans as well.
True, and that complicates the situation. I'm not an expert in that. I do not want to comment much, but it's not a good thing. I do not.
I mean, I can hear the difficulty with which you mentioned some of these things, because it's a difficult place to straddle. Then being in a position of leadership, but at the same time saying this is where we stand with the young people. It continues to be a difficult one, but I think that it is one that has to be handled with the greatest amount of prudence and integrity and transparency. We want to thank you for coming in this morning, Senator, for sharing your thoughts with us. The cry for Kenya is to have a transparent, accountable government at all times, regardless. And thank you so much for being here this morning and sharing your time with us.
Thank you very much for having me. Of course, we look forward to a Kenya where we have open governance, where the government is working side by side with its citizen. Every new policy introduced, first disseminated to its people, and we move together so that it's not always a reaction.
Indeed. Our dear friend and our brother, Edward Quach, passed away on the 28th of April. With heavy hearts, we announced the passing of our brother, Edward Carey Francis Quach. He brought love, laughter, and strength to our lives. And though he's no longer with us, his memory lives in our hearts. So the Quach family warmly invites all of us to join in the honouring of his life and bidding him a peaceful farewell. Presence and prayers will offer comfort as we celebrate the moments we shared with him. That memorial takes place today at the All Saints Cathedral at 12, and it's a chance for us to be able to say a goodbye and remember one last laugh with our brother. Good morning at 10 a.m.